let us start with the debate, if we will, this somewhat disastrous debate.
My first claim, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
All right. So let's take a look at that first claim, because it's important. It's his first claim. Let's analyze what is in that claim and how would we talk about it. So, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. All right. So, if we were to map this out very effectively, we might go, oh, okay, so one, we have our first claim that atheists reject God. There is a rejection. There is an offer and a rejection, or a denial. Now, I would quibble on this framework just a little bit, because you can't reject something that doesn't exist according to their thing. So it's not so much a rejection as so much as it is a nothing. Again, this is the thing many theists somewhat get a little bit wrong when it comes to trying to argue against atheists, is that the position of the atheist is not a rejection wholesale. The next thing we would say, all right, so first off, there's the assumption of rejection. But if we also take in the word rejection, and we're focusing on this, and we want to do our language analysis, this is, for if you agree or disagree with Jordan Peterson, doesn't really matter. It's useful to see what's happening there. If there is a rejection, then there is, that supposes and presupposes, the pre being important here, is that before the rejection happens, an offer is happening, or an existence, an offer, a something. So, what one thing you might analyze is, what is that rejection taking form of? Are they rejecting, is this a claim of rejecting the evidence for God, or is it a rejection of the people offering? So again, that could be one of those things, is that somebody could offer you a sandwich and you hate that person with every fiber of their being, and you, more importantly, you don't trust them because they have betrayed you and they have poisoned you in the past. Are you rejecting the sandwich, or are you rejecting the offer from the person? So one way to interrogate this, or to go about doing this, is to analyze or think about what that rejection actually takes place with. And one would hope Jordan Peterson, the person making the claim, has considered and thought in detail what they mean when they mean rejection. Then we have, but they don't understand what they are rejecting. Okay. So then that implies two things. That the rejection, the problem of this, is that they are rejecting without understanding. So the rejection is coming from a point of ignorance. So this is assuming, there's an assumption here, and assumptions can be good or bad, that you know, in many ways, the why and the what atheists are rejecting. Now you think, oh, they don't understand. You're acknowledging they don't have a understanding. They lack an understanding of what they are rejecting. That's not necessarily true. Or more importantly, you would have to be very careful with this thing, because this is a bit of mind reading here. But again, claims like this, the general claim, it's fine to have in a debate, to have a generalistic kind of large scale, a bit too aggressive claim that then gets flushed out. But this would, if we were to analyze this a little bit more, we might also then think, okay, well, what does Jordan Peterson mean with this? So he is clearly indicating that God is more than what the atheists believe it is, and they are rejecting it. This may lead into a baby with the bathwater kind of argument, is that they don't understand what they're rejecting in the sense of like a scale. They they think they are rejecting one thing when they are in fact rejecting many, many things that are thrown out with that one thing. This also could be a lack of attribution in the sense that the atheists just don't know what God represents. Therefore, when they reject it, they don't actually understand the item which they are rejecting. So it may not be a baby without the bathwater. It may be that they cannot actually differentiate baby and bathwater, or they may not be able to even differentiate what that thing is that they've rejected. They think that they're rejecting God, but rather they're rejecting X. Okay, maybe. Let's see. So they have to enter in the circle, everyone. And again, this whole racing for the
Good afternoon, Dr. Peterson.
racing for the chair is a little bit silly, but again, they want to make it exciting.
How are you doing?
So this claim here that atheists don't know what they're rejecting. My background is in studying to become a traditional Catholic priest, daily mass, daily rosary, going on long retreats, deep into the magisterium and biblical hermeneutics, like I was thoroughly in it. And it seems like I do know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion so deeply?
Well, you obviously feel that you missed something when you were practicing for the priesthood. Your aim was off then. So there's
All right, so here's a thing that I despise. I've grown very much in despising about Peterson because I understand what he always wants to do. Is when you're a teacher, you oftentimes really want to ask these open-ended. You don't really want to show your hand. You want the student to come to the answer themselves. So you're constantly playing these little. You can sometimes play these little games to where you're like, you're hinting at an answer. You wanna dance around it a little bit, but kind of you're limiting it. You are creating a boundary around it, and by kind of like shading in everything that is not the answer, it's like painting in the negative. Eventually, the student will notice the pattern in between or around the things that you are discussing. They'll go, "Oh, I see." Blah 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 blah. Now, that's a habit that is something that you need to make sure you don't rely too much on, or you need to break it. In specific areas. One of the specific areas you need to do it is when you are making the claim, the argumentative claim, and you're not in teacher mode, you are now in actual equal or even student mode. One of the big things that Jordan Peterson never really quite understands is that when he makes a claim, he is the student. Might sound kind of strange, like, well, hold on a second, but if he's making a claim, then he's an authority, right? Yes and no. You are an authority when you are making a claim, but for the rest of the world, you have to prove it. That proving means that you are subservient, or in many ways in a lesser position than the rest of the world. So if you make a claim X that is contradictory and or runs, again, just counter to the common knowledge or the belief system or whatever it is of the person which you are either trying to convince or otherwise presenting this thing to, it is your duty, your service, your in subservience. You are subservient to the necessity to make that point. It's your duty to do so. You are the student defending your argument against maybe not a teacher. So again, the student-teacher dynamic breaks down here, but you do not have power in this relationship any more so than the opposition. You are perfectly on equal footing, which means that you do not have that privilege of avoiding answering a thing. So this initial answer right there where he says, well, it's clear you were missing something before. That's why, why you went into the Catholic school, because you were missing something and you were off on that. One, Jordan Peterson also has become very aggressive and accusatory in all of his claims. You missed something. And you were off. Your aim was off then. Well, what do you mean by that? Notice again, it's a very vague non-statement right there. Or what do you mean by my aim was off? Was my aim and off in the search for it? Was my aim off when I first started? You're implying by my aim being off that my actions were not appropriate or otherwise correctly tuned to what I needed, the absence in my life that you seem to suggest. So you say that there's an absence or something missing from my life, and then my aim was off. Was me trying to become a Catholic priest or to become a priest to find God? Was that what was off? Because that doesn't make any God. Because that, I'm not sure if that makes quite a lot of sense. Now, what Jordan Peterson seems to probably, I would assume, is going towards, but again, it's a very arrogant and again annoying way to go about answering that question, is suggesting that, okay, you obviously felt in your early life that something was missing from it. Some woohoo spiritual thing, who knows? Some God. Basically, what Peterson wants to get at is that you felt God was missing from your existence. So you went finding him. However, for you or for whatever path you're on, your initial aim to become a Catholic priest was not correct. It was missing. Now, it doesn't seem to, I would not assume that Peterson believes he is wrong for seeking Christianity necessarily, but more that he needs to be maybe he needs to be more Christian or religious, but not as a priest, hence his aim being off. Now, again, I would suggest that there is an infinitely better way to answer that person's response. And more importantly, I'm not really sure that answers his question. Let's remember what his question is.
You know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion?
So again, what this person asks is that I spent years studying, trying to find this. And the implication is that I stopped because there was nothing to find, ergo, why I became an atheist is because I was a believer and wanted to be a believer and sought to be a believer and did so in the most intensive way possible, more so than the average individual will ever do, Bible school, seminary school, shit like that. And more studying to be a priest. He did it much more than the average person. And what he found was nothing. He did not find anything leading towards God, and therefore he walks away. So his question isn't about his path or anything like that. His question is, what do you think why are you suggesting that I missed something? What do you think I missed in all of that study? Was there a book? Was there a concept of God, whatever, that I missed? Jordan Peterson's answer is not really particularly pertinent to that. He just more is a weird commentary, weird psychoanalytical commentary on, well, I'm going to psychoanalyze you and say, well, there's clearly was something that you were missing. Yes, he probably understands that when he first started his journey, he felt he was missing something, or he felt like this was important to find or something. Again, this isn't, rather than answering the question, this is a weird psychoanalytical trick to avoid actually being apart. And that's a big thing I feel like when you watch these things, many times, especially if they are younger people, Jordan Peterson does not see them as even close to equals, and he doesn't even pretend to try to treat them as such. And more importantly, he doesn't believe that he is of this level or belongs there. He is above this. There is a great deal of arrogance the way he treats people, because he is always thinking beyond the conversation, around and above it and in, underneath it, and never really in there. And you might think that's fun and interesting, and it can be, but when somebody does that all the time and never actually engages in the conversation at that level, or very rarely, one can start making some assumptions about that person's character.
So deeply?
Well, you obviously feel that you missed something when you were practicing for the priesthood.
Now, again, this also, when he says this, you obviously feel you were missing something. Again, feelings are themselves not factual outside of themselves. I feel doesn't suggest that there is an external reality to this or objective truth to that feeling besides the fact that I feel. Now, my feelings are inspired somewhat by external events, but they're also inspired by internal events and internal phenomena, memories, previous experiences, connective thoughts, and random information. I feel sad. My sadness could be near irrational, a irrational series of minor, tiny bits of information externally that sparks certain neural pathways in my brain that activate accidentally through either color association, something like that, if we're taking this in a very psychoanalytical kind of perspective. So again, oh, you feel something was missing. Not a particularly good argument on its own because, well, so I can inspire a feeling of dread in an individual by pumping enough chemicals in them that causes them to have a panic attack of some kind, even if they aren't scared, shouldn't be scared. Or you can manipulate and modify emotions chemically to a certain degree. So I'm not sure why that matters. Again, this is that kind of gut instinct. Your spirit and soul is telling you something. And it's like, again, I'm not really sure if that's a solid argument.
Your aim was off then. So there's always the possibility that it's still off now.
Yeah. So there is a possibility that it's still off now. So my aim is off then. Could be off now, but that's a good observation to a certain degree, but doesn't present a strong argument. And again, the kid's question seems to be more in tune with the actual thing here. What am I rejecting? What did I miss? Jordan Peterson's answers should be leading towards this concept of at least defining what it is I'm rejecting.
What was off about my aim in the first place?
I don't know. That might take a long time to figure out.
Then it seems kind of like this no true Scotsman type of fallacy in which you're the arbiter of people's aims and how they understand those aims to be. How is it that you can claim that people don't know something that you know about their life despite not having met them?
Well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the...
Yeah, that's a great point from the kid here. Cade, I think was his name. Cade makes an excellent point here. Is again, there's that arrogance. There's an extreme amount of arrogance to where you can say this. Now, the point on the other side is that to make claims, you have to assume a degree of arrogance. I would say, oftentimes I would tell my students or whatever, whenever you're arguing, you may feel like your argument, you're like, well, I don't know everything, so it feels odd arguing. And it's like, well, fake it. Like you can't constantly be undercutting and undermining your points. You do have to make a firm stance, even if you know that firm stance is not as firm as your tone might suggest. And there is an open possibility to it getting chewed up. That's fine. That's the process of intellectual evolution, of creating knowledge bases and testing and verification and, counterfactuals and, coming up to wrong conclusions can be just as useful as coming up with right ones. So it's fine. Just put it out there. So now, again, Jordan Peterson, I think, understands this to some degree, but
Their life despite not having
his defense of, well, it's a generic kind of claim. Well, stop throwing out generic claims. Again, you literally just told me you sold me a useless claim. You literally are telling me, oh, hey, by the way, the thing I'm giving you is crap. It's just a Hallmark card, meaningless woohoo statement. Okay, you're here to defend a position. Stake out your position in a more effective manner. Utilize the questions they ask you, or whatever they will. Use that as a stepping off point to firmly present. Notice, again, this is all defensive at this point. Stake out your claim, define it, give it terms, give it boundaries, give it meaning, and then defend it. The statement itself doesn't really, it's too vague. Again, atheists don't understand what they're rejecting. That's an incredibly vague statement.
Met them?
Well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheist claim that there's no God is a generic claim.
Now, I'm not sure if I would call that a generic claim. And again, he seems to be, again, he just dances around his argument. Is that, again, this somewhat goes back to his argument of like a baby without the bathwater, is that you're making a generic claim of what God is, but you're not, and by denying it, you deny more than what you should because your generic claim is so broad. But just speak clearly.
In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but my experience with atheists is twofold. Is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God, let's say in the Judeo-Christian tradition, and they've often been hurt by someone who was religious or by the religious enterprise, or perhaps...
Okay. There's a couple of things here. So in his response, there's two things. Let's list them out again.
It would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but my experience with atheists is twofold. Is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God.
Okay, reductive notion of what constitutes God. That's the first thing, is that atheists reduce God to something, and that's bad for the rejection. All right. We still haven't quite defined or limbed out, and defined or explained, given us examples of something of how atheists don't understand this, but at least now we're getting closer to the topic of that they simplify God down to such a thing that when they reject it, they think they're rejecting X, but rather it's X, Y, Z in all the letters of the alphabet. So they don't understand what they're rejecting. Great. Finally getting there. The next bit is, okay, atheists reject it because of some kind of personal gripe against, in this case, again, he only seems to be talking about Christianity and Catholic Church, or just Christianity in general, and somebody who hurt them. I think that secondary point, even if that is an observation he's made, it's a pretty weak observation. I would have left it off on the table because this could be a sampling bias on his part, and as an arguer, you kind of want to avoid any of these traps because there are going to be many, many, many atheists, myself included, who don't really have a negative or really positive relationship with Christianity. It's the absence of that relationship that laid the groundwork for my general atheistic belief, because I didn't have a positive or negative association with it. So I approached religion and religiosity and Christianity and the experiences and the ideas of it with a fairly neutral, whatever kind of thing. And in fact, my household was more culturally Christian, so I might have even a slightly subconscious positive bias towards Christianity. I would say I probably do. So the fact that even though I have almost no naturally occurring or experiential bias against Christianity, the fact that I've rejected it, again, it has nothing to do with a personal gripe. Anything that I would add on, that's all afterwards. I rejected it. That's all like post hoc justification or rationalization to some degree, depending on what stage you were to ask me or talk to me about it. But for the most part, I rejected God's existence the same way I rejected the teapot floating around the sun. Is that with absence of any evidence and any kind of actual factual claims outside of any experiential data that is necessary for anything to even become some kind of a belief structure, I found there was just no need for it. Now, this might even go into an argument for Jordan Peterson, is that maybe I ignored all of the God and religion or whatever, but I only took from it the values and ideas that I thought were useful, like, thou shalt not kill and basic kind of moral aspects. But that would be maybe a rejection of God and religion and religiosity rather than God. Again, making it just God, again, is a provocative kind of argument. Sure, that's fun to do. But this is a fundamental problem, is that you're making a very, and it's fine, he's at least copying to it, he's kind of making a very generic claim about why atheists are atheist. Is that, it's their trauma. Not necessarily.
Let's say in the Judeo-Christian tradition, and they've often been hurt by someone who was religious or by the religious enterprise or perhaps by God himself, so to speak, and that's left them with an animus.
But I think that you have a reductive view of what atheism is. You've defined religion so broadly to include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetypes, or having a metaphorical substrate. And atheism to you is a very specific type of like 3 people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with a perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
Good little reference right there. Good on you. Good on you. Came prepared. I like the reference.
Well, let's start with your claim. How do you define the God that you're rejecting? Like, what is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that unsatisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think the average
So, I don't appreciate this again. This is a stylistic thing somewhat, but I do think there is some factual thing here. Is, again, he hasn't really. Okay, so is he suggesting that the 2 primary reasons for denial are invalid or otherwise wrong? Do you get that sense? Has he defined why or otherwise attacked atheists' definition of this? Now, you might say, well, he's leading to that by asking him a question, so he defined what atheists are rejecting. But again, remember, he's the one who came with the claim. Atheists don't understand X, what they are rejecting. So atheists understanding, so he would need to map out what is their understanding, what is their matrix, what is their perspective. He's done a little bit of that, but not particularly well. And then X. And he just, I think he needs to be the one proactive in this conversation. And instead, he's very reactive and defensive. And that really, for me at least, and I think anybody who is intellectually advanced, God, that sounds arrogant as shit, but let me explain. Jesus, sorry that I'm stunned by the stupidity of that statement, but so much for intellectual advancement. But anybody who's trained and spent a long time kind of dedicated to academic and kind of intellectual pursuit, people who are really, really involved in kind of philosophical thinking and engaging in this kind of argument, who are practicing this, honestly, that's actually where Peterson, if you ever watch any of his debates with anybody who is very, very knowledgeable and practiced, and somebody who's an adult and who actually kind of doesn't have this desperate need to please the older teacher, wise mentor kind of thing, the person who's just not influenced by that at all, the person who is absolutely an equal to and perhaps even more experienced, more academically prolific and engaged than Peterson. You watch any debates with Peterson between that kind of individual, Peterson flounders really fucking hard. He spends a he doesn't have this weird teacher distance or whatever because he can't maintain it because the other person is either not playing his game and not falling into this trap where they're constantly in this state, but also, you know, Peterson people like the debates and they are much better. They're much better and much stronger. But one thing that many Peterson fans don't quite acknowledge to an extent is that Peterson's arguments are made to look like what they are. Oftentimes incredibly silly, incredibly reductive, and incredibly unproductive. Almost any argument, again, even against some of the more kind of crazier people like Slavoj Žižek. You can watch his debate with Slavoj Žižek, which is a semi-debate discussion, whatever. And Žižek's kind of a crank himself, but he still absolutely pants the ever-loving shit out of. And Žižek is actually a pretty agreeable and amenable kind of person. He's not a hardcore debater or whatever. He just loves discussing and rambling on and on about random topics. But he still kind of kicks the crap out of, almost unintentionally, without even trying, kicks the crap out of Peterson at many multiple points throughout that kind of debate structure. Or you look at any of the heavier debates between Jordan Peterson and more practiced kind of atheistic debaters. Oh shit, I just forgot his name. He's a balder guy, somewhat heavier set, beard. He's been doing this for decades at this point, arguing the atheistic position and doing debates against again, theists and whatnot. And it's Dillahunty, or Dillahunt, something like that. I believe is his last name, Dillahunt, Dillahunty, something close to that. And Peterson struggles. Like, again, it's a somewhat productive conversation and debate, and people are going to enjoy it for the fun or whatever. But if you actually are like, okay, let's like just really calculate from like a victory standpoint. No, it's somewhat toxic to do that. Who really had the stronger position and was better at maintaining it? And honestly, Peterson falls apart. And it's because if he can't maintain this, his ideas are so broad scope, vague, and lacking of any actual rigorous intellectual and even kind of courageous definitions. You have to be courageous to make a point. You do. Because people might prove that point to be rather silly, and that's harmful to your ego. Peterson just doesn't do that. Not well.
Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian and they believe, they mean some sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect.
What is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that unsatisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think the average Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian and they believe, they mean some sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect, is somehow involved in the matters of this world, and that we look to them through wisdom and with the Logos incarnate in Christ. And it also seems like you don't believe in religion in the way that the average Christian says that they believe in religion. And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems
well,
like
if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other.
So again, the kid makes a good point, is that two points if we were to analyze what he's going to bring. That is, one, the general definition that he is rejecting is the definition that is generally held by all Christians of what God is: an all-powerful, all-knowing entity and or consciousness and spiritual thing that is beyond us, but that has created us, interacts with us, and all manner of stuff. Okay. So you reject the big Sky Daddy presentation. So that is what atheists reject. Now, Peterson, again, he's not necessarily a Christian, though. Honestly, I am uncertain about that rejection. I think he is desperately splitting hairs and trying to muddy the waters to have his cake and eat it too, to be Christian and engage in the same kind of Western Christian theological position, cultural position, without any of the baggage that comes with that and the history of that. Again, he wants to exist in this kind of spiritual, cultural woohoo to where, oh no, I'm not selling you religion. I'm just selling you this new way of being that is 100% religious kind of based. I'm just substituting my, the old story for a new story accordingly. It's just the same exact goddamn structure. I'm just changing Frodo's name to Fido, and I'm making it dogs, but it's still the Lord of the fucking Rings. Let's not quibble. It's just Lord of the Dog Collars. That's what it is. The puppy version of Lord of the Rings. So that's the first position is, okay, of the kid, we reject this seems to be defined. Here's what we actually reject. That one. And then the next point he then goes on to is that this then part of the reason why we reject this is because if you look at all these cultures across the world, everywhere, you're going to find there's multiple kind of generic concepts of God that are, many of them are extraordinarily contradictory, whether it's God, Vishnu, Zeus. We have too many histories, and again, they're all contradictory to a certain extent. Now, Peterson responds with this by saying, well, if they were actually as contradictory as you believe, we wouldn't be able to communicate with ourselves. Now, again, this is another one of those sentences to where I don't like it because it requires too much interpretation. I despise people who are constantly relying on everybody else being able to interpret what they're saying correctly, because this is a cowardly position. Because rather than staking out a firm position, if you rather stake out a very muddy, fuzzy kind of definition, this creates kind of like a cushion, a ideological and psychological cushion for the person viewing. And it's kind of like a tolerance when you have like imagine you have to fit a marble through a hole. You might say the tolerance is, like how big or how small could the marble be? Or the marble is on average this size right here. So you make the hole this size to where it can accommodate all of the larger end of the marble sizes, and it can accommodate obviously the smaller ones because the smaller ones go through. So you have a bit of tolerance there, a bit of cushion, a bit of, okay, well, this marble is 5 millimeters or 10 millimeters large, little ball, 10 millimeters in diameter. So 10 millimeters. Okay, so how big should and it's perfectly round. How big should the hole be? Well, if you make it, say, 12 or 13, because you have a plus or minus 1 or 2 on the marble size, you can have a marble that's up to 12. You make it about 12 and a half or 13, you have plenty of room. And then if it's smaller, the ball can go through just fine. Okay. So you have that tolerance there. Now, if you make a very, very specific, hard kind of claim, or you stake out a position that's like, okay, I have a 10 millimeter ball here, and I have a 10 millimeter hole. The ball can go through the hole. But if there's any disagreement i.e. somebody actually believes or thinks in something that is similar in the sense that it is somewhat similar shape, but is 11 meters, or I'm sorry, 11 millimeters, it won't go. There will be a contrast. There'll be a difficulty. There will be a disagreement. This is the issue of Jordan Peterson, is that he's making such broad claims that you can toss any old fucking shape through that hole because it's so broad and so ill-defined that it is accommodating to all things. Now, this sounds kind of nice in a way, but this is also utterly pointless, because imagine again we could take, what's that game show? There's an old game show to where they would have a treadmill and this running track and shapes, large shapes about 6 feet tall or whatever, and it's a solid wall with a cut out of a shape. And the game was that you're standing on this platform and you have to somehow squeeze through the shape. And if you don't, if you get caught up on the wall or you're unable to squeeze through, you will get pushed off into like water or slime or some shit and you lose. So you have to fit through that. There is meaning, purpose, and whatever, and that there's something to be gained and understood. You can see the shape if it's like a star, or the shape of a person T-posing, or a small square that, you know, if again, obviously a human is in a square shape, but if they crouch down, you know, and kind of crawl on the floor, they can slide underneath that square, right? Okay, sounds good, right? Jordan Peterson's claims are basically football field size fucking holes. Well, I can fit through that, so this hole obviously speaks to me and is this validates my existence. Yeah, but it also validates the existence of a 747, an elephant, an entire football team, and basically every creature on Earth, including a blue whale and a good chunk of some buildings. Like, there is no congruity, or there is no like homogeneity. There is no definable feature of the belief if it is so broad that is accommodating for all things, other than the idea that things can fit into a large enough space. Now, there can be meaning derived from this, but if his meaning is so broad, then there's a high likelihood that the atheist can actually fit in there as well as the theist. And that might be part of his argument eventually. But then why would he, if the atheist rejecting a thing is bad, but your frame is so broad, it could very well include the atheist who rejects the thing as well as the theist who doesn't reject, as both participating in some kind of religious practice that is perfectly fine or within the boundaries of your definition. Again, notice again, it might be kind of fun or whatever, but this is why you want to speak specifically, why you want to be specific with your word choice, and rather than constantly relying on this woohoo guru shit that I do so very much despise. You have to make claims and then back them up with some degree of specificity. Otherwise, it just starts getting fucking vague as bullshit.
Christian says that they believe in religion. And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems
Well,
like
if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other.
No, they do have mutually exclusive beliefs in the God. What they then do is, again, this is where I wanted to go with the no communication. This is a bad argument. Is that it fundamentally, I honestly don't think Jordan Peterson knows anything about linguistics. And I'm not much of an expert myself. Sure, I'm an English teacher, but that doesn't mean that I am a full-on linguist kind of individual. This is a specific subfield, and it's very, very difficult. But this idea that we wouldn't be able to communicate if we all had individual unique things. This is trying to make an argument that, well, private language, you can't have really a private language, or it wouldn't really function because a private language would imply that Nobody else can understand it. It is only internally understandable to you, blah, 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 blah. So we have to have a language that is a shared language that uses commonalities and assumptions. And a lot of other bullshit that goes into it. But that's not, that doesn't quite address the issue here, is that just because we can communicate an idea across that kind of wall of the individual to the next individual, that isn't necessarily evidence of a objective thing. What that is rather evidence of is that we have a great imaginative capacity, and what we are referring to, we can use objective things outside of ourselves and create a reference in the sense of like a sign or some kind of signaling sound that carries with it the signified meaning. But all linguists and everyone will tell you that that is a messy as shit. That to try to say that there is an objective truth to the word apple that is somehow connected to the objective existence of that fruit that we refer to as apple. Again, that's a boundary that's going to be very difficult to do. Now, language gets more complicated later on, but again, I'm not really sure this is a great kind of thing, because yes, we all have a concept of religion or belief, but this is not necessarily evidence of a thing, but it is more of a behavioral kind of pattern, a thought pattern that we develop, that we all have. And again, it's more closely related to an imaginative framework and consciousness than it is anything like some deep-seated meaning. And if, again, that is evidence of the deep-seated meaning, it ends up working against itself, which we will discuss later. Either way, this idea that, oh, well, we have to have some common framework, otherwise we wouldn't be able to discuss or engage with each other. It's, I don't know. It is true, but it seems to be missing the greater point.
The mere fact of communication presumes a commonality of assumption and definition, and it's certain.
Yes and no. It does assume a commonality of definition and experience. But as basically every single study and analysis of language and cultures and sociology and even psychology of language would show, that this is really, like, when we say assumption, that doesn't mean that the assumption somehow leads to an objective truth. It's more like, no, that is the weakness. Like, this is absolutely chaos. It is chaotic craziness. Again, Wittgenstein has a great way of kind of approaching this, is that language, rather than being this kind of weird objective reality to where we are again having these kind of semi-perfect or even perfect references, or any kind of notions of truth and commonality of the truth to a certain degree. He presents it more as a game, language as a game, and familial kind of relations. Is that when I say God, my construction of it is Uncle Steve. When you say God, your construction of it is Aunt Jemima. They're all related in many ways to a vague concept of this family, of a bond, of a connection, of something. There is, and maybe we can even say, there is an person, Adam and Eve or something like that. But the language you're using, our words, our phrases, our suggestions, our ideas, our concepts, are not the thing itself, but rather family relations, if you want to think of it that way. Because again, it's kind of again, it's been a while since I read Wittgenstein, so hopefully I'm not butchering him too much. I am probably a bit. That's okay. We'll ride through it. But again, the kind of familial uh, aspects of these words and phrases, these concepts, they aren't the same thing. Just like a son is not a father or a father is not a son, they are related, and we can see some genetic and or physiological kind of similarities between them, but they are not same entity. So when you say again, it's one of those things where, like, the Hatfields have always been the enemies of the McCoys. So, like, well, no, not necessarily. One Hatfield did something mean to one McCoy, and then from there we kind of continued this tradition, but that doesn't mean that, like, there is some objective reality of Hatfield and McCoy being against each other. So this idea of, oh well, we have we wouldn't be able to communicate. In many ways, we often can't. Like, if you, especially in more ancient times when people had much stronger religiosity, belief in their religions, having a Christian and a Taoist or something like that, or a Buddhist or whatever, converse with each other, again, even if they speak the same language, they may be able to recognize to some degree some vague familial relationship between the beliefs of the Christian and the beliefs of the Buddhist. Some weird degree, they're going to be so fundamentally different that there is almost going to be an incompatible, like, no matter what, you keep saying this word and their phrase and they say, yes, I understand what that is, and then they come up with a different solution or a different answer, and you're going to be left, well, what do you mean? I said X, the response should be Y. And they're like this, no, when you say X, the response is A. Well, no, but don't you understand what X is? I do understand. And they'll explain it. It's like, yes, that seems very familiar to my explanation of X. But why are you coming up with A instead of Y? Oh, you're going to often find that there is some degree of incompatibility. There is going to be some serious lack of communication.
Presumes a commonality of assumption and definition. And it's certainly not the case that I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally religious. So that's not a real claim.
So again, any archetypical man as equally religious. Again, I'm not. I define that. Why wouldn't you? Why won't you? Why can't we hold Zeus to be as true as Jehovah? Why not? That's kind of what he's getting at, is that not every single archetypical kind of religious, presentation is equally religious. Again, I'm not explaining that. That would be a point that I would want him to explain.
Let me give you an example. For example, there's a sub-narrative in the story of Moses where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God. Okay, and that's one of the ways that God is characterized in the Old Testament stories.
Yes.
Now, Moses is a faithful servant of God and a good man. At least that's the case within the confines of the story.
One possible interpretation.
It's the case within the confines of the story, obviously.
Not obviously. When we look at the Bible.
So here's why Peterson is getting frustrated. You can tell the frustration on his face quite clearly. So Peterson is frustrated here because Peterson isn't. He's kind of vaguely Christian, but the big thing that he's big on, and he's always kind of big on, is he's big on Jungian archetypes. And he's big on kind of these meta-narrative, Joseph Campbell, hero's journey kind of mythological structures. He's a big believer in that, the mythological narrative structure. In many ways, he's kind of a narratologist. A narrativologist is somebody who studies and kind of presents the world, or theorizes that the way we think and construct and react to the world is based upon our intrinsic and kind of inbred natural desire to create a story out of disparate phenomena and separate and strange phenomena. So we're always trying to create it into a narrative. And because we do that, we oftentimes rely on other narratives we've heard, whether a narrative has been told to us orally or ones that we've read, whether it's fictional or other people's narrative of real life events, historical narratives, blah, blah, blah. This idea that this is a linear, structuralized story of cause and event and effect, and we want to create these kind of structures. So he's very big on that. Hence why he's also very big on hierarchies. Is that hierarchies naturally, he's very much kind of a weird structuralist to a certain extent. Very big on that. So why is he getting upset here? So he's wanting to go, all right, let's take the story of Moses. Kid on the right is immediately wanting to reject this because, well, it's a story. There is no objective historical reality to the existence of Moses beyond the story you're presenting. Jordan Peterson's side is that it doesn't matter that there is no historical objective reality of Moses. The fact that we've told the story and the story has had objective influence on us, meaning that we have changed and done things and thought and acted and built societies based upon the story of Moses. It doesn't matter that it was based on nothing. It doesn't matter that it's a fiction. It is in itself has some grain of reality, even if it's a post hoc objective reality that we gave to it. Again, this is where he kind of falls apart, is that he wants it to have an objective thing, but in many ways, the only way we choose to make an argument for Moses having an objective truth or thing, something that we found, would be suggesting that it happened or again, it's always this kind of weird time travel-y backwards thinking. You know, we believed Moses's story to be true, ergo, therefore, we made reality and did real actions and objective actions based upon this. So that then gives, as kind of a weird grandfathering in clause, it gives weight and objective reality to Moses's act. Now, why he's saying within the frame of the story and he's getting frustrated like this, well, obviously, yes, within the frame, is because he really, really doesn't want anybody to poke at that particular sore spot. Because it is circular thinking. Moses' story is a reflection of an objective reality because we objectively believed it to be an objective reality. We believed it to be an objective reality and enacted that upon the world to a certain extent, and it influenced our decisions in an objective, to a certain degree, an objective way. Ergo, it is objective, or it has some meaning. Otherwise, we wouldn't have done it. We would not have cared about and carried forward or interacted with the story. We wouldn't have believed the story if there was nothing to believe in. So there has to be some kind of thing. We can't just make something out of nothing. We can't just imagine something out of nothing. It always has to have an objective reference. This is a weird way to take it, and you can start seeing, even if you want to believe that, you can start seeing why this would be so problematic to try to argue this to anybody, and why this ultimately is, even if it has some degree of validity, this kind of pathway, it ultimately can't really argue for itself, because that would be, ironically, I think that would actually be giving evidence to why it's not true. But that's a bit of a longer conversation. we'll leave that for now. Let's just remember the reason why he's upset is because he wants us to basically go, all right, let's pretend the story of the Lord of the Rings is true. And then the kid goes, well, I mean, magic isn't real, and the idea of this ring influencing us spiritually doesn't make much sense. Jordan Peterson is upset because, like, well, yes, obviously, given we have to give that the frame is you have to play ball with me. So I will understand the frustration a little bit, but again, I do believe that part of the reason why Jordan Peterson gets frustrated so quickly with this is, one, he's a short-fused kind of asshole now, and two, this is really at the heart of his narrative, his narratology, his mythological structural hierarchy. This is the core of his belief system. And it is touching upon one of the weakest, or one of those hardest, strangest kind of points of this, is that this only works if you believe it works.
Confines of the story.
One possible interpretation.
It's the case within the confines of the story, obviously.
Well, not obviously. When we look at the Bible can't precisely say anything because there are so many different exegetical and hermeneutic views of this particular book, and that everybody has everybody has disagreed historically on, it seems like, even the most benign detail about a book this big. And it seems like you can only say that the Bible says something if you first presuppose that it's univocal.
So your claim essentially is that Moses in the Old Testament plays the role of a villain or is irrelevant.
So again, Kid points it out quite nicely, taking the different tracks. I'd like, look, there's so many different interpretations of this. We'll listen to that again because he voices it quite nicely.
It seems like even the most benign detail about a book this big, and it seems like you can only say that the Bible says something if you first presuppose that it's univocal.
So, again, what does the Bible say? In many ways, this gets into very much a literary analysis kind of thing, is that what does the story, what is Moby Dick about? That's actually a really difficult question to answer. Now, if you take authorial intent out of it and you just want to say, let's just take authorial death of the author. What is this story about? Well, meaning the about part. What is it about? We're talking about meaning and purpose. So if we look at what is it about from a objective standpoint, ultimately we can get a very banal, maybe objective answer in the sense that it is about a guy who's whaling and tries to catch a particular whale. The ship is destroyed. There's one survivor, and he's the guy telling the story, Ishmael. That's kind of the and even then, you could undermine this even more. But let's just go with that. Hopefully, that's not a lot of meaning. That's not what we usually go about when we're like this. What does a story mean? What is it about? Like, what's the message being delivered to us? That's like, well, it really depends. Like, here's a good example. You read this story. Let's say you read through it and you get meaning of the ideas, the perils of revenge and obsession, and the notions of power and control, of like a tyrannical power in the form of Captain Ahab. And you get certain kind of religious and metaphysical stuff like that. You get lots of stuff, but let's just say you get the meaning of the dangers of revenge and obsession over revenge and self-destructive nature. Great. That's a meaning you can derive from this. Okay. So is that what it's about? Well, another person reads it, gets halfway through and goes, this is the most boring story in existence. It is a meandering, boring, crappy thing to where I swear to God they spend an entire chapter talking about rope weaving and I cannot give two rat shits. That person derived meaning, the meaning of boredom, the meaning of, and the phenomena of boredom and of disgust for certain writing styles. Both of those things are derived from the text. You cannot deny that. They both read the text. One student read it and was bored to tears. The other student was interested, fascinated, and drew meaning of like a philosophical meaning. Whereas the other one, you could even say he drew a philosophical kind of meaning of the nature of entertainment and boredom and all that kind of bullshit. Both of them drew meaning. So when he says, well, and he's going to say here in a second, according to the structure, is Moses a villain? Well, again, we might say from our human narrative structures, it's going to be difficult to say Moses is the villain. It is. So this might be, and again, he wants to touch upon this might be indicating a certain common objective narrative psychological tradition. This based upon the neurological nature of our brains and the structures and pathways in which we develop in our consciousness, we naturally create protagonists and antagonists, and we create certain broad scope structures that identify them. Again, very much Joseph Campbell's hero's journey kind of thing. Okay. But here's where we break down. Or where again, the hole is getting so big that anything can kind of get through. And again, trying to derive, as Peterson does, more specific examples. Because again, he's going to get very specific with this example of what meaning we're supposed to derive from this. It kind of is going to fall apart. So let's watch.
So your claim essentially is that Moses in the Old Testament plays the role of a villain or is irrelevant? Because the alternative claim is that he's good.
Know, because we can't talk to those authors.
If you are going to start with the presupposition that there's nothing I can say about any of these stories that you're not going to disagree with from the perspective that there are multiple potential competing claims, then I can't speak with you.
Well, yes. Wouldn't this then kind of defeat the whole universal language kind of idea that he's getting across, with how religion, the idea and concept of God, is this universal concept that transcends all kind of cultural and ethnic and historical boundaries, because these structures are so encoded. It's clearly that this structure is suggesting a reality that is real to us, because everyone has these kind of things. And if you presupposition about these stories not being true and all these different ways of interpreting, again, this is kind of a silly kind of like argument, because again, he just wants to go, well, if you are going to basically shoot down this idea of anti-gravity device, this free energy device, then we can't talk to each other because you're just going to shoot it down. It's like, yes, but your claims, or the thing that you want to put forward as far as your scientific discovery, is presupposed by the necessity of an eternal free energy device existing. You need to prove all claims from your base to the one that you want to reach. If there is a presupposition that needs to be proved or otherwise discussed, you need to prove and or discuss that before you can get to the one you want to get. And notice again, we're still getting at this point like they don't understand what they're rejecting. This is a problem of this kind of debate style in general, but part of this is because Jordan Peterson doesn't want to get there. He's kind of getting there to a certain degree, and I can see where he wants to get there. He wants to get there is that these universal narrative structures suggest, because they appear in all cultures, they suggest a reality, just something. Even if that is true, it is such a broad claim that, am I practicing religion when I write a hero's journey narrative? And if so, what the fuck point is then the atheist's rejection, this goes back to when I said the atheist rejecting a thing could be just as much within the boundaries of practicing religion as the Christian practicing Christianity is. If that's true, then okay, we're not actually, then our rejection, it doesn't matter whether we understand or not, because it still falls under all of these things. So your problem is oh, you're rejecting God and you don't understand what you're rejecting. But if my rejection is enacting the exact same structures, or I'm still able to enact the same structures, then my rejection is meaningless. So then why the hell are you even squabbling about this? The only reason could be is that you want to gain power or recognition by me enacting what you believe in and validates your particular story. You want me to read your young adult fantasy, and you're suggesting, haha, well, you don't know what you're rejecting, because when you reject this, you're rejecting the very act of reading yourself. It's like this, yeah, but they're all reading. They're just not reading young adult fantasy. So if you ultimately break this down, they might still be actually doing exactly what you want them to do. They aren't doing what you want them to do because you're not being honest with what your actual aim and goal is. This is the problem with being so goddamn vague all the time. And then, okay, you want to tell the story. And I know he's going to be telling the story, the Moses one of God only being shown from behind, like you can never, ever perceive it. I'm not sure how fucking useful that's actually going to be, Peterson, to your argument, because again, if we can never understand God and never understand this, and it's such an unknowable thing because his back is always turned to Moses and you can never actually fully comprehend it, then how do you not know that the atheists' way of being atheists, their belief structure or lack thereof, or whatever they do that you think is still belief, which is basically just living their lives according to narratives and idea and big, large mythological structures, and still believing in good guys and bad guys or shit like that, then that still could be very well within the purview of perceiving God, or as much as we can perceive God. So then again, why are you squabbling? Why are you whining about this?
So we also have a short time here, so I want to get to the core of what you're arguing here, and I'd love if we could.
The core of what I'm arguing is that atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. So
hate that. I really hate that. That right there is unnecessary attitude. It is a very quick and short time. I don't know why. Again, he's already irritated, and you've seen this. You've probably seen the meme videos or whatever, and then the TikTok videos of when Jordan Peterson gets really angry at a kid. But what I would like to point out is that he's already kind of being a bit of an asshole right now. He's already being a very snide and very, very kind of difficult person for no particular reason. The kid's been fairly respectful, and yes, it may not be immediately going into there, but again, part of it's the debate, and part of it is also like, look, we're not getting at this. You still haven't defined what do you think we understand that you think we don't understand. What is our conception of this? What are we rejecting that is not the thing that we're rejecting? Basically, if you're saying we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater, you have to define what is our bathwater and what is our baby. Just give us that. He hasn't, and he won't.
So I'm trying to give you an example of what's being rejected and its complexity. Okay,
so what's being rejected is complexity. That's not it, actually, but okay.
So God rewards Moses with a glimpse of the divine. So this is a definition of the God that atheists are hypothetically rejecting.
A possible one.
I said
Yeah.
I didn't say the.
I know.
said
Again, the attitude. The just attitude. Yes, the kid is making sure to reference, and part of his argument, again, it's like you sign up for a debate and then you get upset when the debater is making sure that their points are being defended to some degree. Again, I don't mind, like, again, I don't necessarily mind combativeness to a certain degree, but it just seems really overly aggressive on the part of Peterson.
Said,
That is possible, yes.
Okay. So despite the fact that Moses is a stellar character and he's had a long and difficult life and can withstand a lot of difficulty and travail, God puts him between two cliffs so he can just see a crack of what's in front of him. And when God walks by, he allows him to see his back.
Yeah.
Okay, so the implication of that story is that the divine is fundamentally unknowable. It's a pinnacle experience, and that people in their finitude have to be shielded from a comprehensive vision of the basis of reality.
Okay, so it's unknowable. We'll go through this again.
It's a pinnacle experience, and that people in their finitude have to be shielded from a comprehensive vision of the basis of reality.
Okay, so it's unknowable, and we are essentially prevented from doing this by the necessity of, or by the simple fact that we cannot possibly comprehend it, so we must be shielded from this. All this is great and wonderful. Here's where the problem comes in. If this is truly unknowable and incomprehensible, and we can only catch a glimpse of it, do theists understand what they are accepting? Because if you're kind of thing like this, they don't understand what they're rejecting. They're rejecting what? Again, I'm still not sure if we've gotten to that actual point. You're just simply, they're rejecting complexity. They're rejecting the unknowable. Well, what are you accepting? If it's unknowable, you're not accepting anything more than what they are rejecting. If atheists don't understand what they're rejecting, then theists don't understand what they're accepting. Because both statuses are basically an unknowable kind of position. If this, according to this narrative, is what it's suggesting, is that, it's an unknowable, even the most pinnacle among us, Moses, a great figure who has suffered so much, but has been so godly and wonderful, and he's one of the highest of highs kind of individuals. Even he can only get a glimpse from the back through like a crack in a wall, from 4,000 feet away, with a couple of walls in between him, and some sheets, all this distraction, all this stuff that prevents it. Then did he know what he was believing? Like, he can't know it, so it's unknowable. Okay, so what we're rejecting is the unknowable thing. But am I rejecting something that doesn't exist or cannot exist within my understanding? What is the point of believing in a thing you can't understand? Because that's also not really what ends up happening with atheism. With theism, is that we then try to limn the unknowable. Okay, you might say that's a useful practice, but at the same time, if it is truly unknowable, then what is the purpose of trying to understand or belief in God if it is unknowable? If it is completely and utterly, you are spending intellectual pursuit trying to pursue something that is counter, that is antithetical to thought. What's the purpose? What meaning is derived from that, other than the fact that you believe at its core that something can come from this, that something can come from nothing, which is a great it's kind of one of the counter arguments that many theists and creationists use against evolution and kind of like the Big Bang theories. Well, nothing, you can't have something come from nothing. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Then how can you have understanding come from something that is antithetical to understanding?
Well, that's not the God that's defined in that manner, right? It's not a simple personification. It's not a simple old man in the sky. It's something that in its essence is unknowable and overwhelming. And that isn't, in my experience, the God that's defined by atheists who are attempting.
It's also not the God as defined by any theists. This would be my counter. It's like this: atheists, if you want to say they don't understand what they're rejecting, then make it clear. You can shortcut all of this, is that atheists don't really reject God. What they reject is Christianity, is the Christian. They reject the Christian narrative, the understanding or the explanatory power of Christianity and the Christian narrative structure. They don't reject God. If that's what you want to argue, okay, maybe that has a better standing, but just get to that fucking point, Peterson. Just get to that point. Just say they're rejecting the narrative structure, the big meta-narrative, large-scale archetypical structure as defined or otherwise exhibited by and embodied by the Christian theological tradition. Say that! Stop dancing around it. Jeez. Criminally, it's... Just say something of substance. Don't get this, oh, they don't understand what they're rejecting. Just say it.
To undermine the story. I mean, it's the same claim, for example, that you're a finite creature and that you face something that in the final analysis is unknowable, and that you have to establish a relationship with it regardless of your inability to perceive or even withstand perceiving the whole.
Why? Why do you have to establish a relationship with this unknowable existence? More importantly, you can't establish one. Whatever you establish, you're not even establishing your relationship with the unknowable thing. You're not establishing a relationship with that. You're establishing your own projection of the unknowable. Because imagine there's an object in a room with 4 walls around it. These walls are opaque and soundproof and sensor-proof, radiation, everything like that. And then you are confronted with not the wall, not all. They say there is an object in there. Confront it. You must confront and deal with this. These are serious matters. This object. Well, what are you confronting? You're going to go, okay, there's an object. Well, what object could it be? And let's just say this box is impossibly large. It is so large you cannot give it a sense. It is hundreds and hundreds of miles tall and hundreds and thousands of miles large. You can't see the end. It disappears from your sight in the sky, and it disappears over the horizon. You cannot see any beginning or end of this goddamn wall, of this box, this thing. You're not even sure if it's a box. You're not sure what it is, but it's so big. And then they tell you there is an object in there. It is infinitely large, this box. So I guess, well, I mean, is it a peanut? Is it a galaxy? Maybe it's a roadrunner. Is it Wile E. Coyote? Notice how all the things that I'm saying are all knowable things that I have either interacted with or we have known or somehow experienced and are within the knowable landscape. I have to put something in there first. So the thing I'm dealing with, whenever my cognitive thing, I'm never interacting with the object in the box. What I'm doing is, rather, I'm interacting with the idea that has been presented to me by somebody, that there's in a box. There's this thing in the box. So I perceive this unperceivable box. Then I'm told there's an object in there. So instead of that, I'm simply going to go, my idea of this is going to come internally. I'm going to create internally an idea, a representation of the thing that I think might be in the box. What if there's nothing in the box? Or what if there's everything in the box? I don't know, but I'm going to somehow put an idea in the box. So I'm never ever dealing with the actual object in the box. Rather, I'm dealing with my conception, my fantastical, imagined conception of the thing that I think is in the box. And I think there's something in the box because somebody has told me there's something in the box. And why do they think there's something in the box? Because somebody told them, or because somebody decided to deal with this. I imagined that there's something in the box because it was so big and so scary. I imagined something in the box, and then I just told everybody there's something in the box. I'm never ever actually dealing with any observable, objective reality of the box because it's unknowable. It is beyond my ability to do this. So I'm just dealing with a story I created for myself in this circular thing. And then I'm going, wow, that story is right there. What does that story mean to me? And I'm going to come to this meaning. Well, of course, you're going to come to a meaning. More importantly, that meaning is going to make sense to you because you created the story in the first place. And then you're going to create a story based upon not on anything relating to the box, but on external things that you can perceive. And then you're just going to imagine maybe those things are in the box. Peanut, Wile E. Coyote. I don't know. So again, this is a huge problem with what he's trying to go after here.
Okay, is there a problem with that?
I mean, the problem is that when we look at, famously, when you've been asked, do you believe in God? The question becomes, what do we mean by God? And in the Bible, it's not even clear the biblical authors know what God is because Yahweh has historically emerged from an early storm god, a deity that doesn't exhaust the category of deity, and that has changed over the Old Testament. Does God have physicality? Does God not have physicality? It seems like, yes, if you define religion to mean anybody that has an aim, anybody that looks at the unknown, anybody who wants to go from chaos to order is inherently religious, then yes. But also in the same way, I could define atheist as somebody who doesn't dogmatically believe in a religion or somebody who doesn't regularly attend religious services or belong to a denomination. To help especially the audience kind of like boil this down, there was a lot of words there that the central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
A central claim.
A central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
No, I said that we were finite and we had to establish a relationship with the infinite.
Yeah, then in that case, then we're all religious, but then I can do the same thing and define one particular element of.
Yeah, that's again, the key point at how you know that what he's saying is kind of word salad, vague, meaningless stuff is that if you're defining religion in such a way, then everybody's practicing it. And in that case, then atheists won. Your entire claim of atheists don't understand what we're rejecting. The second claim falls apart because they're not rejecting anything. They're simply practicing in a different manner. And then they don't understand. Well, if they understand what they're doing and they're conscious of what they're doing to some degree, because they are conscious of their rejection and of their practice, then they understand. So atheists understand what they're not rejecting or they are doing. Again, notice how if we actually understand what Peterson is saying, and this kid does a decent enough job kind of at least pointing out and summarizing to some degree this issue, and Peterson doesn't seem to be really counteracting this, then he's saying nothing. There's nothing being said.
Atheism, it seems like we both have a reductive view of what the other side looks like to the point where a conversation seems incoherent, and not just incoherent, but not in the way that the average Christian understands Christianity to be.
Do you have a problem?
Let's pause there. Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
So he got voted out probably because, again, people want to get different questions in there. There's, 10 minutes. They've already used up 9 minutes of this. But notice again, in that 9 minutes, we barely got anything as far as a core belief of what Peterson is actually going after. And then, okay, they're rejecting complexity. So in many ways, his thing, I'm going to try to summarize, one of his problems is that he thinks that atheists, at least one of the aspects is that by rejecting Christianity and Christianity being a practice, narrative, like cultural experience of dealing with an infinite existence. Basically, it's a thought experiment that we derive great meaning or significance from. Imagine that you are Again, we can see this with like Alan Watts with a lot of his thought experiments, like the famous the dreamer idea experiment that Alan Watts brings up in one of his lectures. Imagine yourself a dreamer in perfect control of your dreams, and you can dream upwards of 75, 80 years, an entire lifetime of experiences in one time you dream. And, you know, what would you do if you have the ability to do that? You have an ability that when you go to sleep, you can live whatever life you want, 120 years, whatever it is, whatever life you would want to live. What would you do? Well, you know, and then the thought experiment goes on, and then we derive value from the experience of going through that thought experiment. If that seems to be what he's getting at to some degree, is that he thinks atheists, through the rejection of God, they are rejecting the call to adventure. I'm going to use very Joseph Campbell Jungian style language here, because Peterson will love this. They are ignoring that. But the problem is that, one, I don't think he actually believes this. I think he actually has a lot more closer beliefs to Christianity and coming to Christian solutions, rather than simply focusing on going through the experience. Next thing is that if this is then true, then any act in where an individual is dealing with a large-scale problem that is infinite or larger than them, and that presents major conflicting issues, that itself is a hero's journey. So, in many ways, the theist who is becoming an atheist, who is questioning and doubting the religion, and who goes on this long hero's journey of questioning and trying to understand his religion and comes out atheist. He comes out and believing, I have had to, you know, go through all of these trials and questions, and I've had my belly of the whale moment, this death of self, and then I've come back, and I've had to deal with, you know, the Father Atonement. I've had to deal with the ultimate battle against this, and then I've come back through the apotheosis, and I've come back stronger, but I am an atheist. That person is enacting the same value of the story of this idea that Peterson's claim seems to be leading towards. That's the only one that we can kind of get to. Problem is that he wants to tack on a bunch of additional shit to this, and he's not acknowledging that.
Majority.
But the kid's been voted out. Good enough job. Good job. Again, the kid, the young man, I should say, he's not really a kid, young man. Again, he wanted to be a priest, studying religion. They usually tend to be the strongest, again, because they understand what they're doing.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Jesus, there's some grease in that hair. Sorry, hate to be mean, but good Lord, that thing looks like it's been shellacked. Thing's a goddamn helmet. Impact resistant. Anyway.
Good to see you.
Tell me everything that you know about the Polynesian deity Lono, L-O-N-O.
Okay, so I know where he's going with this one. As at least one of the tracks he's going is that, again, Polynesian deity Lono. Again, the fact that multiple gods exist is itself somewhat of a counter to this. Now, my issue here is I think he takes this in a different direction also. So, but if you try to bring this up as like, oh, Lono, you know, there's many different gods. Why do you believe in one god over the other god? Blah, 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 blah. This doesn't really actually address the idea of rejecting. Now, the clever way to take this, and I think this is the direction he does take this, is that Jordan Peterson's lack of knowledge and lack of engagement with the Polynesian deity Lono is, in absence of any other kind of definition, in many ways a passive rejection of Lono. So if atheists don't understand what they're rejecting, then through the belief in the one God, in this case the Jehovah God, the Abrahamic God, you are de facto, and part of the religion is to do so, again, false idols and all that, you are rejecting all other gods. Now this becomes a problem because Jordan Peterson says he's not an atheist and he's more focused on the religious belief or whatever, but this is the reason why, one, this setup sucks for both the 25 and it also sucks for Jordan Peterson. But anyway.
I don't know anything about the Polynesian deity Lono.
So you're rejecting something without knowledge of what you're rejecting.
I'm not rejecting it. No more than I'm rejecting
believe in
anything
Lono?
that I don't know anything about.
Do you believe in Lono?
I
Do you
fail to
believe
see
that
the
he is a
relevance of
deity that exists in the world, exists in the universe, that exists in the existence of everything? Do you believe that Lono
I'll
is
answer
a
that
being?
question once you answer my question, which is, do I reject everything that I'm ignorant of? Because that's your presupposition that undergirds your argument, and unless you can prove that that's valid, then there's no point in...
My question is quite simple.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, but here's a big thing. Do I reject anything that I am ignorant of? If you remain ignorant, yes. You have been introduced to the god Lono. You must now study it. This is the challenge, the call to action, the call to adventure. Jordan Peterson, this has been your call to adventure to understand and investigate the Polynesian god Lono and to interact with its faith and belief structure. You are not going to do so. You have no intention of doing so. Ergo, you are rejecting it. Your ignorance, especially if it is willful ignorance, and that it is an aware ignorance, you have been made aware of an ignorance. Ergo, if you do not address it, you are rejecting the knowledge that the pursuit would give you. You are rejecting Lono. Yes, there's no need to, again, this presupposition that ignorance is, yeah, again, that would be wrong. But the problem is that you are, whether it was wrong or right, the simple fact that he has told you about this has collapsed the singularity, collapsed the potentiality or the existence of your defense being correct. Your defense relies on the fact that no one has ever told you about the Polynesian god Lono. Ergo, your ignorance was not a rejection, but simply a lack of knowledge. In this specific case, you have to do this. So anytime you are interacted with, now, again, in the perfect kind of philosophical state where you have no interaction with any information whatsoever, is ignorance de facto a sign of rejection? No. But then again, ignorance, that this is such a narrow understanding of this that doesn't really function or work, especially in this case.
That doesn't mean it's formulated accurately.
Do you believe that Lono exists? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that question for the reasons I just described. You already insisted that if I reject something, that if I'm ignorant of something, I reject it. Do you think that...
Again, this no longer matters. Okay, I don't want to do this because you already like this. That's fair enough. That would be fair enough. But the problem is that his next question is not based in that reality anymore, that particular set of circumstances. Because now that you are aware of the concept of Lono, the Polynesian god, and the potentiality of Lono, the Polynesian god, now are you rejecting his existence? You would have to, again, you would have to say, well, I can't possibly reject it because I don't know yet. So I would have to investigate it to figure it out. This could be a complete construction of you or not, but I don't know. There might be some historical existence of this belief structure that would suggest the objective reality of Lono showing himself to the Polynesian Moses between two palm fronds. I don't know. Could be. So, again, getting irritated at this. Yes, this is a very much a debate tactic kind of thing that this guy is doing. But one, it's fucking debate. If you're going to be upset about debate tactics, don't go to a debate. I don't particularly enjoy debate tactics. That's why I don't do a ton of debate. I will engage with it from time to time. And hell, if anyone ever wants to debate me on stream, you can absolutely do so. But this right here, you signed up for a 25 versus 1 debate. And a guy's using a debate tactic, a logical kind of structure, a little game puzzle. And again, you don't want to fall into it, so you want to try to dismantle it. And again, he doesn't really dismantle it so much as he completely and utterly tries to avoid it, not in a particularly effective manner. You're presupposing that ignorance is itself a sign of rejection, and I don't believe that. Well, have you really investigated this? Have you told us? Have you explained to it why you would do this? I don't know. Doesn't work for me.
Everyone in the world has to know everything simultaneously for that to be valid and true?
I think in order for your
Answer that
argument
question.
to be true, in order
Everybody has to know it all things for it to be valid and true. Well, if you're trying to make, again, that would be a decent enough response. But the problem is that you were making a claim, and it is somewhat of a moralistic claim, a behavioral claim, is that atheists don't understand what they're rejecting. Are you just making just a semi-factual is statement versus an ought kind of argumentative statement? Because it would seem to suggest, and especially with because people are not coming here completely void of knowledge of you and your argumentations in the past, that you would be suggesting that this is a bad thing. That they should understand what they are rejecting, and if they did, they would not reject it, kind of thing. Kind of eventually we reach that point. Great. All right, so now let's get on to the next problem. Your entire hypothesis is based on this belief in this kind of moral aspect of you, and you're saying, well, I don't want to answer this because I don't like this presupposition. Again, this just ends up falling apart for me. And it's not necessarily a bad tactic necessarily for Peterson to take, but it does fall apart for me because, again, he doesn't play their games at all. They don't play his. Like, this is just two people talking past each other. And again, he doesn't even want to try to do this. And again, you're the guy here making the proposition. You are making the proposition. Right now in this setting, you are the abnormal one and they are the normal one. Their belief structure is the normal one. You are the one bringing new information, new ideas, and new stuff here. And you don't really seem like you want to actually prove it. You don't seem like you actually want to go through the effort to prove it.
Do you think that everyone in the world has to know everything simultaneously for that to be valid and true?
But here's the thing. Part of his argument, remember, is that, and the thing that he goes after a lot, is that because we have these universalist kind of structures, these narrative structures that everybody knows, that indicates a truth here. That indicates that there's a reality here. But then he's trying to go like this, well, does everybody have to know everything all at once for something to be true? Well, technically, yeah. Your previous arguments and your statements on this would suggest that you kind of do believe this, that everybody has to have this kernel of truth and knowledge and awareness for anything to function. And this truth and awareness is partly God or religious God or some kind of entity creator thing. So the fact that you had absolutely zero conception of Lono, or again, the fact that hearing Lono, your immediate response was, oh, well, that must be just another one of the many fractal examples of God. God is this like this fractal kind of thing in our psychology, in our minds, and our spirits, and that, you know, you look at it from different angles and it looks different, but ultimately it's the same kind of thing, just repeating endlessly over and over this same kind of concept. So, okay, yeah. Do you believe in Lono? Well, I would guess I would to some degree believe in Lono, because if Lono is a historical belief, kind of ideological symbol thing, then that thing eventually is just an echo of some kind of God walking between two rocks, and we saw it. We saw the back of God. That's just the echo of that, echoing out eternity through all of our narrative structures. Then yes, you would say, yeah, I would have to. But again, Peterson is talking in a lot of word salad, and he doesn't actually really think hard on what he's actually saying here, because this goes back. Again, it's mostly defensive, and he says a bunch of word salad defensive stuff that sounds good to him, but I don't think he's thinking about the implications of what he's saying.
I think in order for your
Answer that
argument
question.
to be true, in order for it to be true that we atheists don't understand what we're rejecting, then you need to also apply that to yourself and to Christians and to Muslims and to any other person on this earth, where if you don't understand what you're rejecting the belief in, then you can't reject the belief in it. That's the implication of your
I
claim.
didn't say that I rejected the belief in Lona. I
It's-
said
it's
I didn't
Lono.
know who Lono was. I didn't
Right.
say anything about rejecting.
That's-
Okay, so then you go back. What's the problem? That this problem. Then what was your initial objection problem with this? Again, it's a
because I've asked you several times and you haven't.
he's
but
he's really trying to split a hair as finely as possible to never ever engage honestly and fairly and in good faith, irony implied, pun absolutely intended, with any of this discussion. Excuse me. Got to get a drink of water. Ah, all right.
let me get to my even greater point. You're saying atheists don't understand what religion is or what God is in order to be able to reject it fully or completely. We have someone over here who studied it in their own way. I've studied religion. I have a degree in religious studies, specialty in Christianity and Mediterranean traditions. And further than that, beyond me, Pew Research studies suggest that atheists and agnostics actually know more about religion and about religious stories, the foundational principles, than believers.
Yeah, on average, yeah, that would be true, yeah.
That's because they're more religious than they think they are.
Again, this really is part where I start suggesting that this is extremely unfair and annoying for the atheists here. Because, again, the setup of one Christian versus 25 atheists, that's what they were kind of given the idea for. What Jordan Peterson seems to be going for, even though, again, I would still suggest that is still very much based within a Judeo-Christian Western tradition and concept of religion and religiosity and the expression of religion, hence religiosity. Jordan Peterson is simply talking about faith in an unknowable thing, is basically is the value of believing in something that cannot be understood. The importance of that, whatever that importance is, it's rather muddied what that actually will be. But again, the fact that Peterson won't, because he's so defensive and so aggressive, he's not picking up on that and not picking up that, oh, actually, I should probably, through my tone, through my words, through my body language, indicate to this person that I'm not a Christian. I'm not arguing for the Christian tradition. I'm rather arguing for anything. So again, the belief that when I say that, you guys, through your study, you are practicing and engaging in the same degree of religiosity that I would suggest is a good thing. But again, is religiosity necessarily belief in a godlike structure or engagement of this? Again, you said rejection of God, capital God. That is your statement. Rejection of, again, if you want to say this, again, rather you should be saying atheists' rejection of the unknowable, a rejection of God, is antithetical to their actual belief structure. Like, just spend some time. Yeah, obviously you can't put all of this wording in the actual little title there, but then just go, here's my thing. When I say atheists don't understand what they're rejecting when they reject God, what I'm suggesting is that atheists' rejection of God actually is not a rejection of God, because the process they go through to reject God is in itself an example of the value of religiosity. So when they are saying we need to get rid of religion, they're actually kind of missing the point. Now, this is a very tiny semantic kind of thing, to where, like, well, then everybody's everybody is practicing. Jesus, I don't know why that word was struggling in my brain. Everyone is practicing religious acts all the time, as long as they are grappling with a large scale, unknowable, potentially difficult, and even a problem that may make them doubt their own sense and beliefs and structures, and may change their worldview. Long as you're always doing that to some degree, or trying to do that, you are being religious and practicing belief, then say that. And then every single atheist is going to go, well, that sounds like you're just trying to redefine. Like, at that point, then why even use the word religion and belief? This is just simply going to confuse people, because they know, based on experience and based on the story, habit, and all of that, when somebody's saying religion and belief in this context, they're talking about, specifically in this Western cultural point, they're talking about Christianity, the actual literal understanding of these stories as being objective truth or realities. Moses did build a ship and filled it with of these things. And even if we're dealing with metaphorically, then again, my denial of this is, and my argumentation and denial of the Bible, is just as much religious practice as one person defending it. So again, notice how this kind of gets into a really, well, this just seems kind of navel-gazing pointlessness. And more importantly, it doesn't actually match on to a lot of what Peterson says elsewhere. A lot of his things about hierarchies, a lot of his things, how he defines and how he wants to define these things, and how he wants to, the things that he supports in the world, they all end up looking exactly like Judeo-Christian kind of structures. He doesn't just say, I like structure and I like hierarchies. He likes structures and hierarchies as defined by Judeo-Christian traditions.
Okay. You can.
They're concerned with deep matters, and one of the defining characteristics of someone who's oriented in a religious direction is that they're concerned with deep matters.
Okay.
In fact, it's virtually definitional.
Right, but they also have to identify with a religious tradition and accept the foundational stories that go along
Well,
with
that would mean more that they're sectarian than that they're religious. And most people.
Again, a religion is a belief structure. To be religious means that there has to be a narrative, traditional structure to follow. Unless you're talking about, again, for somebody who is very anti this idea of personal language, this just starts getting into kind of a personal religion, to where every single person, because they are engaging in these things, even when they try to mirror themselves onto a Judeo-Christian tradition and try to follow a sectarian kind of tradition, they themselves are fundamentally, at their philosophical atomized level, a personal religiousness that is unique to itself and almost untranslatable. That would make it untranslatable to anyone else, and thus they're simply utilizing other languages and other belief structures to try to convey their personal thing inaccurately and falsely. Notice again, the more I take this, the more kind of weird and just like either meaningless or just kind of almost myopically strange, counterproductive, and contradictory to what he seems to be wanting to claim. But this is where his claims go. If you take them to their logical conclusion, or if you take some of the necessary assumed qualities of his argumentative structure, of these ideological structures, this is where we end up at. Which then he says, oh, no, that's not where we end. It was like, how the hell will we not end up there? Your math sucks and your proof sucks.
For example, in the United States, deny that they're religious, but accept that they're spiritual.
Let's pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Aha! Hi, nice to meet you.
How are you doing?
Good, how
What's
are you?
your name?
I'm Greg, nice to meet
Hi,
you.
Greg.
Okay, so I feel like you're getting at this idea of polysemy, where we have multiple related meanings for a word, right? Like, for example, a famous painting can be emotionally moving in that it changes my emotional state. And when I was on the highway coming here to the studio, I was physically moving, I was changing my position. If I said, I believe the Mona Lisa is very moving, and you said, you don't really understand what you're saying, it's nailed to the wall, I would say that you're the one who doesn't understand what I'm saying, not the other way around. And the way that relates to this is there are many concepts of God, and I'll admit, I find a lot of what you say about that interesting. I'm familiar with it. The idea of this kind of Jungian hierarchical thing, or as a metaphor, or a symbol, or the kind of, atheist, materialist, literalist idea.
Yeah. So this would be getting back to, again, kind of the concepts I was trying to bring about, but I got a little lost in the weeds and kind of abandoned it halfway through because I realized, this was going to be kind of weird, is again the familiar aspects. As we understand, one of the concepts we have in linguistics and linguistic studies, again, the kind of Wittgenstein kind of concept of, I literally just forgot the word he said. Basically, this multiple meanings of the same word. So again, the Mona Lisa example is a great one. It is emotionally moving, and then the train moving me. And then I say the, Mona Lisa, it moves me, is very moving. Jordan Peterson goes, well, you're physically standing there. Again, it is a lack of understanding, or without realizing that he has decided that there is a particular definitional objective truth, one meaning of a thing. And it ends up kind of reflecting back into his whole bit here. And we'll listen to this again, because this is, again, a good little point that Greg is bringing up here. Is, again, the games that Jordan Peterson is playing with language are somewhat nonsensical. He's not following any basic rules of mass communication that might have been established. And more importantly, he's, again, trying to kind of do this almost Mott and Bailey style definitional game. This shell game, if you will, where he says one thing means another thing and then swaps it out whenever he's pressured on it for the thing that is more defensible. He's always going back and forth, and then he's saying, oh, they don't understand what they're rejecting. It's like, well, how do you know? What if when they say they reject God, they're not rejecting the religiosity that you think is valuable, the Jungian archetypical, you must challenge yourself, go through this hero's journey style crap. They're not rejecting that at all. And in fact, that never gets rejected one bit. What they're rejecting is the Judeo-Christian narrative tradition, or whatever other tradition. They're rejecting the specific story, the thing that wants to nail it down. So they are absolutely, so in many ways, this would be agreeing, at least partly, with what Jordan Peterson was saying, as, hey, you're still religious, you're doing fine. It's like, yeah, but you're saying we don't understand what we're rejecting, which implied that ultimately your argument fails because we're doing, one, we are being religious, as you were saying, and we might even agree to that, even if we do not agree to that term, because we believe more strongly that that word is correlated to a particular game, a particular meaning game. And we're just kind of rejecting that in general. And again, it ends up being this kind of semantic argument that doesn't really, there is no disagreement here, which means that his initial point, atheists don't understand what they're rejecting, ends up falling apart because there is no disagreement here, or his disagreement is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of what atheists are rejecting. So he can't say atheists don't understand what they're rejecting if he doesn't understand what atheists are rejecting.
It changes my emotional state. And when I was on the highway, okay, so I feel like you're getting at this idea of polysemy, where we have
Yeah. So that word is, let's see, polysemy. Oh, that's the chromosomal thing. There we go. Yeah. Polysemy refers to the phenomenon where a single word or lexeme has multiple related meanings. These meanings are distinct but connected in some degree. Yes. We go to Oxford English Dictionary. Polysemy is characterized as a phenomenon where a single word form is associated with two or several related senses. It is distinguished from monosemy, where one word form is associated with a single meaning, and homonymy, where a single word form is associated with two or several unrelated meanings. So, like a homonym is two words that sound the same but have no meaning, such as witch, W-I-T-C-H, as in the witch hat, or the spellcaster witch, and witch, W-H-I-C-H, as in which bar are we going to. They are homonyms, but they are utterly different meaning. In this case, the homonymy, where a single word form is associated with two or several unrelated meanings. What would be a good example of homonymity? Let me Google that, because I'm actually struggling to find a good example of that. Yeah, okay. Here's a good one. Comes up. Where's a good example? Let's see. Let's see. A homonym, which is a homophone, and a homograph is fluke, meaning a fish. Oh, here, like river bank, a savings bank, a bank of switches, and a bank shot. Now, bank shot and river bank actually might be somewhat not quite homonyms, but again, the word bank, a river bank, and then a savings bank, like a bank you go get money from, you rob a bank. Again, these things sound similar, but have utterly different meanings. And they are spelled exactly the same. So homophones, homographs, homonyms they're all kind of related. So polysemy are two words, or is a word that has multiple meanings, or based on a somewhat related sense. So moving physically, moving emotionally. Good word.
multiple related meanings for a word, right? Like, for example, a famous painting can be emotionally moving in that it changes my emotional state, changing my position. And you said, you don't really understand what you're saying. It's nailed to the wall. I would say that you're the one who doesn't understand what I'm saying, not the other way around. And the way that relates to this is there are many concepts of God, and I'll admit, I find a lot of what you say about that interesting. I'm familiar with it. The idea of this kind of Jungian hierarchical thing, or as a metaphor or a symbol, or the kind of, atheist, materialist, literalist idea of a agentic, omnipotent, omniscient being that intervenes in reality, right? So when I'm saying that I reject the concept of God, I'm aware of these other definitions of God, but I think that when we use words, we tend to only imply one meaning at a time. So the same way that I would say the Mona Lisa is moving emotionally, but I would not say it's moving physically. I would say I reject the concept of God in this very literal way. But
What literal way?
the way that God is this omniscient, omnipotent, agentic, supernatural being that sent his son down and has, caused miracles and all these things like that. The idea of God is
Do you
like,
think that there's an underlying unity of things?
could you explain that question?
Well, scientists, for example, believe that science unifies in a comprehensive theory.
Not sure that actually explains anything. So again, I let that guy go for a while because he was kind of, again, presenting a very solid argument. And this is a great way to do an argument, is having the specific claim, then giving a good example of this and reinforcing and explaining how this relates to this. And then again, this is a fundamental, important question, is that, again, it gets back to they don't understand what they're rejecting. One of the things that Jordan Peterson needed to define in greater terms is, what are they rejecting? And what do they understand and or don't understand about the thing they're rejecting? But he never really did that effectively. And now this guy is coming along and basically kind of doing a good job of explaining a fundamental problem with this statement, is that you're assuming you know what the atheists are rejecting, or all of them in general are rejecting. And then his kind of thing I hear is, you don't believe there's a unifying thing. Well, scientists, believe that there's some kind of unifying. I'm not sure what he's trying to go on after, if there's like some sort of grand unifying theory of, again, it seems like he's trying to grab something from like some weird quantum mechanics thing. Jordan Peterson might have seen this, and now he's trying to grab some idea of this unifying theory of all thing and everything and how it all works together. I think he's misunderstanding what scientists and mathematicians mean when they say things like this. But
Do you, yes, no, or
I
that
know
there are
that
multiple?
Question?
Well, scientists, for example, believe that science unifies in a comprehensive theory. Do you, yes, no?
comprehensive theory, what unifies? What do you mean? Like science, all science unify in a perfect unified theory? Like I don't think most scientists would say this at all, because this is really, really vague and problematic kind of language. And problematic, I don't mean moralistically. I mean problematic in that this thing, by saying this, you're basically going to create error codes. A good way to think about the difference when I say something like is problematic in a philosophical sense versus a moralistic sense is that, imagine a coding thing. You create some kind of code, some program code thing. And like, oh, well, I'm going to make this statement, or I'm going to make this function. It's like this, yeah, that function's going to happen, but it's going to create dozens of error codes, because now you're asking other parts of the code, other parts of the program, to do things that have not been defined or set in a particular way. So you're going to get a shitload of problematic. It creates problems. That doesn't mean it's necessarily bad, that code might not be necessary in that program, but it's clear you're going to need to go through the rest of the program and work on this. This idea of this unified theory, again, I think he's taking in a very literal sense phrases and ideas that scientists have been presenting in a more of a somewhat metaphorical sense, or a very limited specific sense. But again, the rejection of this, and again, he immediately jumps into, notice again, he doesn't spend a lot of time like explaining anything. He just throws out a random concept and then says, do you believe this?
Or
I
that
know
there are
that people-
multiple competing truths. Those are the options. Either things unify or there are multiple competing truths.
Either things unify or there's multiple competing truths. Again, you might get into this to where like there is, and that there is some degree of like, okay, like we have multiple competing like theories on how things work, and one theory is proven to be more true than the others because it is able to be replicated and has greater explanatory power and predictability of this. But that, again, he's really stretching the definition here, and I could kind of agree to the, but I agree with some of this, but it does feel stretched. But let's go on.
I think that I know that, for example, like in physics, people are looking for like a theory of everything.
And why do you think they're doing that?
It's interesting, it's helpful.
But they also believe that there's an underlying unity to things.
In a sense, yeah, like I mean, like the material world and time and space are probably governed by universal laws and principles.
Partly that, yes, yes, but that the same thing might extend to a broader domain that would include imagination and value.
Could you help me connect that to the prompt?
Well, I'm trying to define God, the God
Yeah.
that I don't think atheists do a very good job of defining. Here's another question for you.
Are you? Because you sure as shit haven't done a good job or even an attempt to define anything that they're rejecting. Now, again, you want to say, okay, there's this grand unified nature to human consciousness and ideas and conceptualization, and we can see this through our story structure. Again, this is a very large meta-narrative idea about meta-narratives. Okay, but even then, it's really messy, and we're talking about we're really getting into the weeds on this, and that's okay. But I really just feel like he just hasn't done any foundational work to try to jump into that kind of weeds area. And beyond that, it also leaves us in a bit of a quandary, because like you're talking about something that is, if we were to put a percentage on this, you're squabbling that my 0.00001% structure is better than your structure because your structure is 0.00000 whatever 95. Like our conception and understanding of how that works is not particularly good at all, and it's very incomplete. And again, science always wants to move forward, but we're talking about a difference that is so statistically insignificant, and you're really dogmatically trying to go, oh well, you know, atheists don't understand what they're rejecting. Here's this blah 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 blah. Ultimately, it feels like a very semantic argument. Is that I want you to stop rejecting a religion because you are practicing religion. But it's like, but my rejection of this in many ways is a practice of religion. So if I stop doing that, then I stop doing religion. And then you're going to say, well, you need to do religion. And the only one that's acceptable to do is the religion that says God exists, the Judeo-Christian kind of God. You want a unified theory, but you only will accept one unified theory. What if again, atheism has a unified theory and say, in the sense that the unity is meaningless. There is no unified truth. Or if there is, it's an utterly meaningless and pointless endeavor. It could very well be, is that again, or trying to find that and trying to define it as perfect, like again, that's ultimately meaningless. I don't know. Let's go for his next question, because again, he doesn't want to explain himself too well, but here we go.
What do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not what you're saying to me is true?
Can we go back? Can we stay on what we were talking?
You're saying to me is true.
Can we go back?
Defining. Here's another question for you. What do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not
What do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not what you say is true? So what guides you in your determination? So again, we could go on experiential data. Again, my internal thought processes, basically experiential data that is going to make me believe.
question for you. What do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not what you're saying to me is true?
Again, he wants to get at some degree that inside all of us, our consciousness is almost God, and that's what's guiding us all the time. He wants to get to some kind of little kernel there, and and again, he is running away from the topic.
Can we go back? Can we stay on what we were talking about?
We are.
Okay.
You're just uncomfortable with the question.
I'll be honest, I've become very short-tempered lately with a lot of this kind of pseudo-intellectualism and the arrogance and whatever. I feel like people would be justified in slapping him. Like, again, obviously it'd be physical assault and that this would be bad, but this is one of those areas where I feel like maybe it's hard because overall violence is never the answer, but at the same time, I feel like if you're going to be a childish prick, you deserve to be treated like a child and slapped in the goddamn face. And again, the fucking irony of talking about how he's afraid and he's trying to run away from this and he doesn't want to do this, coming from Jordan Peterson, who has been nothing but obstructionist and just, again, obstinate in his complete and utter refusal to deal with anything that is being brought up. I don't know. The sheer fucking arrogance of that.
Can we go back? Can we stay on what we were talking about?
We are.
Okay.
You're just uncomfortable with the question.
No, I feel like you're just kind of throwing different spaghetti at the wall.
I'm not.
Okay.
I
You
asked
are.
a very specific question. What is it that you think guides you when you're talking to me to help you determine whether what you say is true?
A very flawed, broken neurochemical and biological thing we call a brain that is extremely susceptible to all manner of biases, and it's mostly informed by sensorial details, its weird recall function, again, experiences and previous thoughts, which we could call it just, again, experiences again, is just itself constantly projecting onto the world and receiving some degree of feedback in the form of language and or physical reactions, which we then sense. And then we take that data in our little box, a little brain in a box, and we try to figure out what it is. It's all Chinese. It's like the Chinese room, except we get some degree of information. That's the best we got. Congratulations. I'm sorry. I don't think if you actually deal with this, if we actually deal with this in an objective and kind of realistic manner and really get down to the brass tacks, Peterson probably wants to get to, then I'm sorry, it ends up getting into kind of a pretty depressing, dark and ugly kind of, this is perfectly acceptable and almost nihilistic kind of sense where we could just reject all reason and whatever, because reason isn't reason. It's just a really, really weird biological phenomena. That's what consciousness is. A really weird, silly, kind of stupid biological phenomena. There is no meaning. It actually gets worse. I don't know why he wants to go this route, because it actually gets worse. And I feel like this guy, to where I feel like wanting to roll my eyes and go, oh, God. That's not what he's doing right here. It's just a freeze frame, but...
Logic, memory, reasoning, sensory information.
Yeah.
How do you distinguish that from being governed by something that's false?
An interesting question.
How do you know the difference when you speak between what's true and what's false? So you could imagine...
Infer, right? I can infer.
From what principles?
So, and what are you getting at?
I'm getting at the fact that your conscience guides you. Is that reasonable?
Conscious is defined by
Conscience.
my empathy and my reason are my foundational.
Define it any way you want.
Okay, so that's how I'm defining my conscience. Is my my conscience is my sense of
Right
and
and
wrong. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
does that come from?
I would say that comes from
Nothing. At best, it comes from nothing. Or at best, I say it would come from, again, a preference of pain, a biological thing. That's the best it comes from. It literally is, you're just creating, it's just a more complicated creation of a bug reflexively pulling its its antenna or its limb away from pain, and preference for pain or pleasure or anything else like that. That is it. Again, I don't know why you're trying to go this way. Again, you want to try to say like somehow there's the Holy Spirit is in you and that's what's guiding you. That's not it. I'm sorry. That ain't it. And again, that is an assumption, a massive assumption that you are making. Basically, again, you're saying that the object that's in that box, remember that box? You're saying that it has to be an apple. And the other person's saying, well, we actually can test some degree in this gigantic box and we can get some readings. And the only thing we get is these biological kind of things that ends up feel very, it's not very exciting. It's not very validating to our weird, egotistical, fantastical minds, our consciousness. It's just chemistry and biology. It's not particularly that meaningful or interesting. And then you're trying to say, well, no, there's more. There is an apple in there. It's like, well, I'm sorry. There's fine. You want to believe that, but it just doesn't work. There's nothing more.
An evolved capacity to empathize and a recognition of the benefits of engaging with and nurturing that capacity. And then that empathy is constrained and guided by reason, right? Like, for example, I am driving down the highway. There's a kitten in the road. I'm going to empathetically feel, oh my God, I want to save the kitten. But then reasonably, like, I'm going to get hit by a car, right? So that's sort of the process through which I make ethical decisions.
Okay,
is
how do
empathy
you-
constrained by reason?
Do you think that people can differ in their response to something empathically?
Yeah.
Is there a mediating principle that can tell you one person who's empathic and another person who's empathic that disagree, who's correct?
Interesting.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we'd have to, talk.
Again, that's getting into philosophy and theology. And at that point, you're already assuming a lot of things. And again, which one is correct? You're assuming there is a correctness to be applied. There's a lot going on here that ultimately is just not foundational. You're just upset that they're rejecting your story because you think it has more value. And then you're trying to suggest that they're already doing the story, so why are you rejecting my story when you're already doing this?
Talk it out, right? We do that in real life all the time when we have, whether that's a discussion with a friend about the right thing to do in a situation, whether that's a policy discussion about law, right? That's where we can converse with each other, think about things, explain our perspectives, and then kind of reach a conclusion, right? That I think that we do that all the time.
So Elijah, the prophet Elijah, defined God in the Old Testament as the voice of conscience within.
Okay.
That's a definition.
So you're saying by that definition of God, I guess, see, this is kind of goes back to where I'm saying initially.
I'm not defining it. Elijah
Okay,
defined
so
it.
Fine. Then why do you bring it up? If you don't see value in what Elijah is defining it as, Elijah says, oh, I'm not defining it, Elijah is. Yes, but you are using Elijah's definition as a way of, as a part of your definition. Ergo, you have to be responsible for this definition, and it is your definition to some degree. You have utilized this definition. You quoting it, you're given credit to it. It's part of your paper. It's part of your argument. Well, I don't know why you're, again, the splitting of this hairs, this refusal to be nailed down. I just don't have a lot of respect for it.
As Elijah defines
It's
God.
defined that way in Jonah, too.
Okay, so as
Cardinal Newman also
got
defined
it.
it that way.
As I'm sure you know many people who've defined it that way, and it's impressive. You're a very knowledgeable person.
I'm not trying to be impressive. I'm
okay.
just
Yeah, you kind of are. fuck off with that. You absolutely are. That's why you kept doing it. That's why he said this and this person and this person. And I'm not name dropping. Yeah, you kind of are to a certain degree. And you're interrupting him. One was good enough. He's got the idea. He's going to move on with this idea. Oh, well, now everybody else. Oh, I'm not trying to be I'm just trying to show how everyone has come to this plexus. Yes, and they're all referencing each other. This is why it's not like they just found this uniquely without any outside influence. And more importantly, it's a fairly banal statement. Ultimately, it is just banal.
Pointing out to you how God is defined in the Old Testament.
All right. So to respond to that, I do think there are lots of interesting ways to define God. And that goes back to my kind of opening
Then how do we
statement.
specify what we're arguing about?
We use context clues, or again, it goes back to my example of the Mona
I'm
Lisa.
defining God as conscience.
Okay. So that's interesting, but then you're kind of expanding the meaning of
No,
God.
I'm not. That's how it's defined in the Old Testament.
Okay.
Not really. It's defined in many ways. That's one part of the definition in the Old Testament. There are so many others that are definitional examples and explanations. Again, even then, he walks across and shows his back. Why is that not a definitional? Moses' story when he walks between the cracks and he shows the back of himself to Moses just for a split little moment, a little tiny fraction of a moment. How is that not to some degree explanatory and or definitional of what God is? You take that as metaphorical, then you're taking this as metaphorical. Like, okay, fine. Then ultimately, again, we get to this thing to where it goes back to the original thing. I don't think you understand what atheists are rejecting. They're not rejecting consciousness, which you say is God. They're rejecting the Judeo-Christian dogma tradition. So, and you're trying to make this the atheists don't understand what they're rejecting, then this is bad. But if they haven't rejected the thing that you think is actually good about God, then you just seem to be quibbling about, they call it morality and consciousness and logic, you call it God. Okay, but if it's ultimately the same goddamn thing, that's like getting pissed off or like demanding that everybody says, oh shit, what is it? I can't. I'm trying to remember what the Spanish word for apple is. What is this? Manzana? Yeah, manzana. Right? That's apple, right? So you're insisting, even though they're saying manzana, yes, let us eat some manzanas. You're now going, no, apples. Even if they accept it, the thing is that I really don't trust you and don't believe that you just want them to say apple. You now also want to include a bunch of English kind of ideas and ideologies and frameworks and conceptions of this. Yes, let us cook our manzanas with and put with a nice sugary sweet, and then put them in some tortillas. And then you go, no, they're apples. Okay, well, let's cook some apples with some nice cinnamon and sugar and put them in a nice specially made tortilla. And you're like, no, apples go into a pie. Can't you see how your tortilla is basically like a pie shell? Yeah, okay, but then we're just going to put it in a tortilla and wrap it. No, it has to be in pie shaped in pie form and pie crust. That was what an apple pie is. And you said you wanted to eat apple pie. I said, no, I didn't. I said I wanted to eat an apple fucking crepe or an apple wrap. Well, what is a wrap? And just like, again, you just keep wanting to, through this extremely annoying semantic fucking argument, drag them over to your particular form of Judeo-Christian kind of tradition and ideological structure. You are so ideologically biased that you can't even see it anymore. You are, and honestly, the idea of we being seen ideology is somewhat controversial whether we can actually even see our own ideology or not, and we're constantly in ideology. Regardless, ignore that for a second. You're so utterly deluded. You have deluded yourself into thinking you are arguing something you aren't actually arguing, and that you're going towards a direction, and you've somehow convinced yourself, you gaslit yourself into somehow going, no, that's not the direction I'm heading. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry, it is. Everyone can see it.
Okay,
In
so
Elijah and in Jonah.
sure. So whoever. So
It's not whoever.
Okay.
Elijah is one of the major
All right.
Old Testament.
Who gives a rat's ass? Even if he is one of the major ones, so what? Who's this major? You want to put this hierarchy, like, because this guy said it and we have defined him as really, really important, that means his words are more important than anyone else. Unless he has use and or utility or some other significance. Again, this is kind of this weird, you can see how hierarchical, structurally obsessive he is. This strong man of history kind of perspective. This is what did it. This is how it worked. This is it. It's like, that's kind of true, but also kind of not a lot of the times. So the times it's true, we can agree with you. The times it's not true, again, we have to disagree with you.
All right.
Prophets,
All
right?
right.
He's equal in stature to Moses.
Okay.
Right. So it's not arbitrary.
All right. So
I'm gonna let the it's not arbitrary thing slide, but I did want to point that out. It's an interesting phrase for him to say, but okay.
that is interesting, but it's not relevant to the context with which I am using the term God.
It's directly relevant. Atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. You accept conscience as a guide, and conscience is one of the defining characteristics of God.
And again, notice because Christianity in one section defined God as being the quality of consciousness. We finally get to it. He's finally fucking got to his actual structural argument. I feel like we need to have some goddamn music or parade, celebration music. He's finally gotten here. Took him fucking almost 20 minutes of argumentation and annoyance before he finally got to the core aspect of what he's arguing here. His primary evidentiary claim is that atheists don't understand what they're rejecting when they reject God, because according to the specific Bible passages, God can be defined as, at least in one example, God can be defined as consciousness, as the conscious experience, or more importantly, the moral consciousness. An example in whatever of that. Ergo, if atheists believe that a conscious exists, that there is a framework in which you judge right and wrong, and however this is constructed, that conscious phenomena, as long as it exists, that is evidence of God, or at the very least, that would suggest that you are rejecting this. But in fact, you're not actually rejecting it. You are, in fact, enacting and believing in God when you are rejecting this. Great. Wonderful. Fucking lovely. We have finally got to it. It took us goddamn forever to get there, but we're here. Now, we can see some problems with this, is that, again, that is one of the definitions. And when they reject God and Christian, again, the best argument you could say, the conclusion you could draw from this is that atheists don't actually reject all of Christianity or all of the Christian theological, ideological structure. Because one of the small but many parts of the definition of God and his existence is a consciousness, is the existence of consciousness. Ergo, if you believe in consciousness, and more importantly, a conscience in the sense of a moral sense of right and wrong, then that is an example of God. So you don't reject all of Christianity, all of faith, but you in fact accept some aspect of this. Now, if that sounds like one very small quibble, or it's like this, okay, that's something, but I still feel like you could very much have a definition of somebody rejecting God, rejecting religion and rejecting God. I feel like this is at best a really small quibble to where, like, okay, I reject 98.5% of all of the things narratively and metaphorically and structurally that define God and and more importantly, reject the belief structure that argues this is how you are supposed to believe in God and interact with him. I reject basically 98, 99% of it, but I don't reject this 1%. Okay, well then you still believe in God, I suppose. But even then, you're arguing a linguistic, this is more of a semantic, linguistic kind of inaccuracy. It's like, okay, congratulations, you found a little bit of it. That's not, I say that somewhat sarcastically, but also somewhat inherently. Like, okay, that's a good observation. But from a functional meaning standpoint, I'm afraid it doesn't really do a whole hell of a lot. Why? Because I've still rejected. It still is definitional. Again, we share 98.5% of our DNA and our kind of DNA strand or whatever, or DNA, however it is. I can't remember the exact definition, with monkeys, right? Humans and monkeys share like 98%. But that 2% difference is gar-fucking-gantuan. It is near unbridgeable almost when it comes to our ability to just interact with each other, understand each other, communicate with each other, between our great ape ancestors and great apes and us. The difference is gargantuan. It is huge, near insurmountable, and even the places where we have surmounted it is such in the most basic, barest forms that are interesting, certainly, but ultimately we lose. For somebody who wanted to talk about complexity, the fact that you are trying to devolve the massively complex difference between the consciousness and the expression of conscious, like morality, as seen in Christianity and the Christian believer versus that of the atheist, the fact that you want to simplify that down to such a near banal core concept, and then it's just strange. And then it's like, okay, so you've done this. To what purpose? What was the purpose? To prove that you don't know what you're rejecting? I suppose, okay, congratulations. You've managed to prove in a very tiniest thing that atheists, if they were not aware that Isaiah said that God was consciousness, they technically didn't understand in absolute totality what they were rejecting. But even then, most atheists will absolutely admit that there's many aspects in the Bible that they don't reject the core aspect of humanity, or even reject the idea of religiosity. They reject religion, but that function of the natural belief, they call it something else. Like, most of them never do this. So this again is creating a straw man to beat. And even if you would say he has beaten that straw man, which again I'm not even sure I would agree with, ultimately that victory is stupid because it was really a bad straw man.
God in the Old Testament.
I think you're being intellectually disingenuous.
In what way?
Because, again,
I asked you if you believe that conscience guided you.
You just asked me a question and then you stopped me from answering it. In this setting, you understand the way I am using the term God and belief.
Not in the least. I don't understand how you're using it in the least.
This is again where I think, if I'm not going to blame, I'm going to somewhat blame Jordan Peterson here, is that, again, he should have absolutely known, and if he didn't ask this, this was a massive thing here, is that what am I arguing, what position am I taking, and more importantly, what position do my opponents believe I am taking? Now, some of this is within his control and he will define, but he also should be absolutely asking Jubilee and telling them, hey, when the people who are coming in here, what do they think, or what do they kind of understand this to be? Because I know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to 25 atheists. Do they know who they're talking to? Do they know, not just know who, but do they know what they're talking to? Because if Jordan Peterson, again, I would quibble with this quite a bit and say that he is far more Christian than he would want to say, and I think he always runs defense for himself by trying to say he's not necessarily Christian, but that he's not, that it's something else entirely, completely unknowable. It just happens to look really like Christianity, blah, 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 whatever. The fact that he is not going to be responsible enough and a good faith interlocutor with his opponents to, again, kind of make sure that everybody knows who and what is being argued here. So if he's not an atheist, he is simply a man suggesting that there is a religious nature or religious aspect within Christianity, but probably, and again, then the question would be, why doesn't he know anymore? Why doesn't he bring up the religious thing? I have no doubt if you were to look into many other religious doctrines, even ancient ones, they would suggest to some degree that religiosity, and especially the belief in or the God or whatever, is somewhat representative of consciousness. And more importantly, of moral consciousness, moral awareness of, or a sense of morality. Okay. The problem is he doesn't mention any of those. Again, proves, kind of gives credence to the idea that he's more Christian than he actually believes himself. That in many ways you could turn the question here on itself, is that Jordan Peterson doesn't understand that he's Christian and doesn't understand what he's rejecting when he rejects that label. Because if he rejects that label, he is actually rejecting things that he believes in. Ergo, he has to be a Christian. Notice how fun this is? Notice how annoying this is? Yes. But again, going back to the responsibility. If he is taking the position that he is not a Christian, and all of these people believe that they're arguing with a Christian, this is incredibly unfair with them. Because then, again, the conversation can never develop fully, and we're always going to get these stuttering stops in these awful moments, because it can't develop properly, because nobody knows who the hell everybody else is. Or at the very least, 25 people don't know who they're talking to.
That's why I'm trying to define it. My definition of God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition of the God that you hypothetically disbelieve in.
It's not, actually. It's not more precise at all. In fact, you haven't asked for their definition, and you haven't asked for the evidentiary aspect of their definition, and you seem to be assuming that, based upon your own prejudices, what their definition would be.
It's irrelevant to the fault lines of this debate.
How is it irrelevant?
Because in common parlance, when we're talking about atheists, God, belief, not belief,
I
we're
don't
not
care
talking
about common parlance. I'm trying to get to something fundamental.
I think your point is irrelevant to the way that people tend to use these words. Your point that there are these polysemous
I didn't make
ideas
that
of God.
point. You did.
I
made a specific point that God was associated with conscience.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into this semantic fog.
I'm not retreating at all. I'm advancing, sir. You are retreating.
No, he is absolutely 100% correct. This guy, I forgot his name. He's 100% correct here. Peterson is absolutely retreating into a semantic fog of this. And again, Peterson is making, he doesn't seem to understand, he is making a polysemistic kind of argument, or it's faulty because of this. Because he's trying to say that again, what is God? Peterson says God is X. They're saying God is Y. And this is what I'm rejecting. I'm rejecting Y. And then he says, no. Hold on. You're rejecting X. You can't do that. See, I'm going to talk to you and say, hey, do you believe you have these things? Do you have X? Yeah. Could X be defined as God? I suppose. Look at this example. An example here, you reject Y, but in the story of Y, there is a moment where it is defined as X. It has two meanings. So you can't reject the Bible because you would be rejecting both meanings. But they're like, well, I'm not rejecting the Bible. I'm rejecting God and the specific definition of God. So there are two things here. There is the bank, as in the bank of river, and the bank is in where you store money. Atheists are rejecting the bank of river. And he's saying, well, hold on. Bank is also mentioned as being a bank, as in where you store money. Do you believe that? Yeah, sure, okay. And you acknowledge it? Yeah, well, then you can't reject you can't reject bank. Well, I'm not rejecting bank. I'm rejecting bank as defined by the river and the concept of bank of river. I'm rejecting that concept. And again, it ends up being, again, a semantic thing, and he's not. And again, this whole weird tough guy, I'm not retreating, I'm advancing, I'm being big, strong, and I'm being very masculine and awesome and cool, and I am not. I'm actually doing this. Again, why are you responding like that? This is this weird, again, it's not even specific. It's just this kind of weird, like pep talk, empty platitude kind of thing. I'm advancing, I'm putting forward. He actually, even with his insult, is at least being specific with his insult in the characteristic. You're retreating into a semantic fog and trying to avoid any of these things. And again, that is where he's just living in this semantic fog of bullshit. And then he's getting upset when they're kind of pointing it out, or they refuse to join him in the semantic fog.
All right. Well, it was very nice to meet you.
Nice
I appreciate
to meet
the
you too.
conversation.
Yeah. It's very brave of you to do this.
Thank you.
Surrounded is now a podcast available where.
Don't care.
Found within science.
Morality and purpose cannot be found within science. Okay, so
Cannot be found within science.
I'm not sure I would disagree. And again, I'm struggling here because he seems to believe, or he has this caricature of the atheist who, again, morality and purpose cannot be found within science. Yeah, it can be found in philosophy. It can be found within the crazy pattern. And again, all of these are concepts that we've just created ourselves, socially created, interpersonally created, personally created concepts of outcomes that we want and desire. And some of this could be found within scientific, biological and chemical and neurological functions that are conducive to survival and proliferation to some degree. Some are not. So yes, we've created a lot of these things, and we can't find them in science. So one, I'm not particularly fond of this claim because it's a fairly straw man claim-ish. And okay, even if I agree with it, morality and purpose can't be found within religion. Oh, but it does say these things. No, it says these things, but these things are created by people, created by fantastical things and metaphorical things. So unless you're saying a metaphor has a definitive morality or purpose, and more importantly, that it has an objective morality and purpose, like like you're trying to argue that a non-physical entity or a phenomena has a physicality to this. Ultimately, you have to break this down to something. Otherwise, it's just a circular claim of my fantasy says that fantasies exist, and my fantasy that this fantasy said exists. It's just turtles all the way down. It just ends up being this circular thing. So even if you take the opposite route, like, oh, well, morality, purpose can be found within religion, that's not a great, that's not a great endorsement for it at all. Aha. He got there fast.
Mr. Canada.
How you doing?
Notice the Chad maneuver to where he doesn't even put his hand in. He just uses the fact that he's like 6 foot tall, 200 plus pounds. Like, nobody's getting in front of me. I'm just gonna use my size to get in there. Good on him. We're gonna pause right here on a good little goofy face, and we'll be back in just a second. Okay, we're back. All right. What do we got going on here?
I'm doing great.
What's
How are
your
you?
name?
Brian. I think it's interesting that you say that morality and purpose can't be found in science. Actually,
No, within science.
sure,
Yeah.
sure. Purpose, I actually grant you, because purpose is subjective, right? Unless you want to boil it down to the purpose of life is just to procreate, right? Sure, whatever. Morality is actually something that we do see. We actually have examples of Neanderthals, an older individual was found in a tribe, missing an arm, missing teeth, still alive somehow in his 40s, 50s, right? Typically, you're a Neanderthal, you can't eat, you can't hunt, you die, right? But we
Okay, so the tactic he's taking here is I'm trying to take a guess because I haven't really looked at this section. Other sections I've seen bits and pieces of throughout, but this one I haven't seen too much of from this debate. Now, I would posit a theory is that because Jordan Peterson is so hyper semantically inclined to quibble about everything, I think he's going to end up quibbling to where there's something within like the scientific process or the ideology of science, not necessarily its practice or its objective findings or its conclusions or probabilities or even its hypotheses or anything like that, but in some kind of vague, extraordinarily abstract concept of science as a ideological religious position. Morality can't be found. I'm maybe I'm being unfair, but I'm going to take a stab and say that's where he's going with this. So this whole argument about and I'm not even sure if it's a great one, with the idea that science cannot be found within science. He's going to say, well, no, that those morality things weren't found in science. They were found in people, in Neanderthals, and that's not science. Science is the ideological perspective, blah blah blah, doing what, and he probably won't even define it particularly well. I'm taking a guess based on what Peterson does. I'm taking a guess.
Know that members of his tribe were taking care of him, right? So we know that at some level, early in our evolutionary history, we actually developed altruism. We have examples of chimpanzees who actually have a basic understanding of fairness, right? If you give a chimpanzee 2 grapes, right, and his buddy gets 3, right? He actually freaks out, right? But you give both chimps 3 grapes and they're good. We have examples of parrots.
Except for the greedy chimps.
Except for the greedy chimps.
They want 4 grapes.
They want 4 grapes. You know, those do exist, right? But we have similar examples where we do animal tests, right? And
so morality is intrinsic.
I think.
So it precedes science.
I think that actually
right?
a better.
Notice again, he's going to be doing that. It precedes science here, and again, this is why this argumentation is not necessarily the best way to go about it. Because again, Jordan Peterson is going to define science as a modern ideological perspective that attributes good and evil, right and wrong, blah blah blah. He's going to try to do that rather than acknowledging that what science is the collection of studied processes and objective reality and things like that, in that it doesn't necessarily have intrinsically an ideological position. Anyone can do science and do these things as long as they're doing these acts, and you write it down. That's the difference. Is you got to make sure you write down your findings. That's the difference between just fucking around with explosives and doing science. Is you write down the results, as Mythbusters would say. That's the difference. But this is where we're going to get into the weeds. Is again, he's incredibly semantically focused. He's incredibly focused on not even necessarily linguistics, because he's not particularly amazing with linguistic analysis and stuff like that, but he's very focused on narrative, story, and words as evidence of the thing itself, and he's very much stuck in these concepts and these projections of what this word inspires in him, the feelings and emotions. That's what Jordan Peterson is always arguing against, not necessarily anything else other than his own very, very particular point of view. Yes. So again, he's going to define it, and this is going to end up in a very annoying semantic kind of argument where at best he's correct in a very limited scope, because science never claims to be about morality and purpose. That's philosophy. So it's like, morality and purpose cannot be found within science. Well, most scientists would never fucking say they are. They would say they find evidence of this in behavioral traits, and that science can be useful in finding some of these things and maybe explaining out some of the scientific or biological chemistry, neurological rationales behind why this is or how it comes about to some degree. But even then, That doesn't mean, again, this is arguing, your Ford F-150 is not the best race car in the world. Who the fuck said it was? It's a truck. A Ford F-150 is a truck. Typically a 2 or 4 door truck with a bed. It is not meant to be a race car. It is a work car. It's meant to hauling heavy labor and having a big engine. Like, it never made any claim to be a race car. That's not what it's doing. Your lawnmower is the worst transportation anybody could have designed. Your riding lawnmower, you sit on it and you ride and you cut your grass. It's the worst form of transportation, especially mass transportation. How could you ever possibly take your kids to school on your lawnmower? That's not its purpose. That's not what it was trying to do. So who gives a shit? And again, there might be some weird people who are trying to, like, this. The science is better at finding things than morality, than religion or philosophy, maybe. But honestly, I feel like those are, again, this is kind of a weird straw man, or you're arguing with the most extreme fringes here, which isn't great for general comments and generative kind of or generic statements. And also, again, it's the vast majority of time they're not arguing that science is better at understanding morality and purpose necessarily. It's not its field. It's arguing that you can't use the fantastical nature of the Bible. You can't use this to deny objective reality. You want to continue believing in God or whatever, but when they ask you, is evolution real? You say, yeah. When you say, I believe in God, and then they ask you, hey, do you believe dinosaurs existed? You say, yes. When you say, hey, Bible says that, anything anything related to biology, science, chemistry, anything like that, the world was created 5,000 years ago. Do you believe that's true? Do you believe that's true? You say no, but the Bible says it's true. Yeah, I know the Bible says it's true, but the Bible deals with morality and purpose, not with objective reality. Most atheists would be, okay, they only get upset when they start doing with morality and they start arguing with, again, with concepts of, like, moral issues in society. Whether we should treat individuals fairly and balanced, or whether some are better than others. Again, science can sometimes can provide interesting metaphorical objective things that we can use as metaphors for our moral stance, but most of this it's going to be a very uninteresting argument here, because at best he's right, but only because he's framed the question in such a dumb way that it's impossible for him to be wrong. But we'll see where it goes.
Way to define it would be that social animals, which we are, right, require some level of morality, or
into what? I'm not disagreeing.
Sure.
Why do they require that?
Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive, right?
That's my point with regards to science. Thank you very much.
Is that
precisely the point that you just made, that science has to exist within a moral framework that isn't in itself scientific?
No. That's cart before the horse, and that's not really what he said. What he was saying was that the scientific basis of morality and purpose, or is that within science, or the idea of concepts of science, is the observation that you need these fantastical concepts of morality and purpose, these imagined ideological structures, in many ways for biological survival. Because you need that based on how we've developed, is that we're an animal that wasn't particularly, we're not the strongest, the fastest, the smartest, and we're not self-sufficient. So that means we need others. And more importantly, we need others not to prey on, but we need others to procreate. We need ourselves. We need people around us. Mammals were not dominant species at one point in time. We were, in fact, the lowest, like one of the lowest tier of species. But we can say maybe we had this because part of the aspect within mammals is maybe some kind of our brain structure, whatever survival thing we developed was that we can socialize in groups more so than most other animals typically do. Again, this is very broadly speaking and somewhat inaccurate, but let's just go with it for a second. We socialize better than others, but to socialize, to be around the other individuals who we cannot mind control, we're not a hive mind, we can't do any of those things, so we have to develop ways in which we can communicate desires, wants, needs, and whatnot to the other. And we have to do these things, and we develop very complicated social things, social rituals that will allow us to smoothen out the rough edges of lots of individuals living in one place, all with their own individual desires, needs that frequently don't match up with everyone else's at that specific time frame, moment, whatever. So we could look at this and go, if we, rather than taking science as ideological, I think more science is simply the collective objective knowledge that we have found about ourselves. Again, Jordan is trying to treat this like a perspective, like the scientific method or something like that, or some ideological perspective. And again, that's not what this word, and that's not the way he's phrasing it. That's not where it's going to lead. And again, we're ending up in a semantic quandary, a swamp of semantic bullshit, because Jordan Peterson is so poor at communicating his ideas. He is so bad at this. And almost deliberately so. But we take science as what it is, as a collection of just acknowledged objective reality, in a sense. Then, again, morality can be found within our scientific understanding of ourselves, in that it is a evolutionary it is evolutionarily advantageous to have concepts of morality and purpose in social and highly socialized environments for various reasons. So even if you ignore all of what I said, again, what this guy said and the basis and how Peterson responds, notice again, he tries to substitute in like he says, haha, this is what you just said, and this is how it proves my point. It doesn't actually connect with what this guy was saying.
Except for the greedy
They want four graves.
They want four graves. You know, those do exist, right? But we have similar examples where we do animal tests, right? And
So morality is intrinsic.
I think.
So it precedes science.
Again, precedes science. He is imagining science as an ideological position. He's imagining it as an ideological structure like religion. Science is not that. At its core function, it's not that. Not really. And if you want to say it's that, then I would suggest it's just like this: morality and purpose cannot be found within baking. Baking? Like science is not really an ideological thing. It's more closer related to either a process or a perspective process, if you will, and like an objective collection of information. Those are the closest like definitional ideas of what science. When you say the word science, what that means. It's either a process, the thing that you're doing, or it's a collection of data. So morality and purpose cannot be found within a collection of data. Well, no, of course not, because data is meaningless and purposeless. Data is just data. Meaning and purpose is applied to when we decipher that and draw conclusions and things that we want. Then we do actions based on that. Like that doesn't work. And then the process. Now the process of science. Maybe we could say this, but again, the process, that's not what he's talking about here, or he doesn't define, is that nothing in like the scientific process of testing, analysis, hypothesis, further testing, re-hypothesizing, synthesis, whatever you want to say, is the process of scientific inquiry. One, it doesn't purport to have morality and purpose, but even if we do want to try to say it is doing that, that's not what Peterson or this guy was defining here at all. That's not what he's engaging with. He hasn't said somehow how, again, if you want to deal with science as like an ideological perspective, most people would probably assume that the closest thing is like the scientific method. The scientific method is the closest you get to kind of an ideological position. Can you find morality and purpose in there? Maybe you could make an argument about that for or against, but we haven't seen that.
I think that actually a better way to define it would be that social animals, which we are, right, require some level of morality or...
Into what? I'm not disagreeing.
Sure.
Why do they require that?
Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive, right?
That's my point with regards to science. Thank you very much.
Is that?
Precisely the point that you just made, that science has to exist within a moral framework that isn't in itself scientific.
How's that not scientific?
Well, because it's not derived from the scientific process as you...
So again, it's not derived from the scientific process. One, again, science never claims to have morality and purpose. So this is already a lost argument, an annoying side argument that really shouldn't be there. Well, let's go with the scientific process. The scientific process doesn't claim to find morality and purpose. What it claims to do is tries to find an objective reality or some kind of testable, verifiable reality that we can put some stock into. Science found that we, from a biological and evolutionary standpoint, developed concepts of morality and purpose to succeed. Okay, so these things existed before science found it. I guess, but again, we get back to, was science ever claiming to do this? And more importantly, science finds evidence for claims, and this just seems like such a weird, semantically annoying argument that is kind of pointless. Science never claimed to do this. You're just trying to, again, it's just this weird argument that might be kind of all right for philosophy to some degree, but again, most philosophers would probably say, well, yeah, of course science doesn't have morality and purpose. And most scientists would say, well, yeah, of course. So this is a failing argument.
You just indicated
by pointing to the scientific process. It's the fact that we are social animals, and we need that to exist as a group.
I agree, but you pointed to the morality of Neanderthals, to the morality of chimpanzees. They didn't derive that from science.
They don't need to. That's not how that works.
That's my point.
Science explains it. So
no, science doesn't explain morality.
It doesn't explain how social animals would need to be.
Well, that's a complicated question.
But we see it though.
Yeah, but explaining the evolution of morality and explaining morality itself aren't the same thing.
Okay, so you're asking why does this happen?
Yes, that's more accurate.
Because we're social animals and we need to be.
Yeah, but there's more to it than that.
Is there?
Sure. For example, so we're moral animals that have a sense of the future.
Sure.
Okay, that makes us unique. And that structures our morality.
No, actually, there are other animals that can predict the future. Or not predict
really.
the future. No, tigers. Actually, there was a tiger at the SF Zoo that killed somebody. And so
hunting
actually,
animals.
No. Kids threw shit at the tiger. The tiger actually plotted its escape, and it found the kids.
I'm not saying that animals can't think.
Okay.
No, but they can perceive the future.
Yeah.
How you
How
doing?
you doing, man?
My name's Luke. Nice to meet
Good
you.
to see you.
Hey, Luke.
So
All
your
right.
claim that morality and purpose can only be found in science is a little shaky because I think that your claim is really being framed to be morality and purpose can only be found in religion. Is that how you're kind of framing it?
I would say that the domain of religion is the domain of morality and purpose. Yeah.
Again, a better way of phrasing that would be the domain of morality and purpose might be found better in philosophy. And religion is a form of philosophical thought and engagement to some degree, very purpose driven. Again, this is just the reason I don't like this kind of argumentation is that atheists aren't scientists. And you might say, well, atheists use a lot of science to disprove. It disproves objective claims, and it more importantly disproves morality claims that are often based in objective claims in the Bible. So things like, this is bad because of Sodom and Gomorrah, or this historical example. Science and history, or that kind of scientific perspective, says we have zero indication that this ever happened. Ergo, at least from a factual standpoint, any morality you derive from this is purely philosophical and has no objective reality, and thus it is now just a marketplace of ideas. You're on equal footing with every other philosophy that argues something different. You do not have special claims or special privileges. That's oftentimes what science is deployed for in the atheistic kind of perspective, or in the theist arguments. Everything else is philosophy. So, and again, the guy does kind of point out, again, I do believe there is a good chance that Peterson is Peterson could just, I don't know, why not stake that morality and purpose can only be found in religion. Why doesn't he make the positive claim? And then they would have to somehow say that it isn't. It's still going to be difficult, or at least it will set it up to where they might say, well, hold on, there are other forms of thought that are not necessarily religious, that are philosophical, ideological thoughts that are not themselves structured in a belief system per se, or a belief in an external thing, but rather a belief in a logical system of some kind that, to some degree, again, that would be a better framing than science. You can't find it. You can't find morality in the biological process of photosynthesis, or whatever, the chemical process of photosynthesis. Great. I don't think anyone was ever going to claim that.
Yes, exactly. And also that science is actually structured, at least in part technically, to eliminate such considerations from its purview a priori.
Yes. I would say so. That's not a bad thing or a good thing. Part of the reason it does that is because it cannot handle the purview of morality and purpose. More importantly, morality and purpose is extraordinarily biased and extraordinarily, again, based in a non-factual, non-objective reality, but in a philosophical, ideological reality. Obviously, a process that seeks to define objective reality is not going to want to try to include the non-objective reality rules and regulations and shit like that, or some kind of like limitations on it, or whatever you will, for good or bad. It's not going to try to do that. And again, we do this, we want to include morality and purpose to some degree with science, because we don't want to bad actions or some shit like that, or harm being caused. There's later on, but at a fundamental level, yeah, when I want to test my if I want to do math, or I want to test out the chemical interactions between one chemical and another, and to look at this, I don't want it all being seated within the purview of some morality. Again, this is oil and water. These are two completely fundamentally different things. One has an objective reality, and it just deals with, and again, like if I were to do that, then I would believe that the sun revolves around the earth because that's according to the moral and ideological position of religion. But then if I want to do things in the universe, like I want to send a rocket ship to the moon, my shit's going to get fucked up and it's not going to work at all because I have this contamination of a philosophical and ideological position presupposing my objective my objective observations and just conclusions and interactions. Of course you're going to separate these things out. That's not necessarily bad. You then can put it back in there, but from a fundamental level, yes, you have to separate them out at at the most basic level.
Okay.
Right? That's why we define science as value-free.
Mm-hmm.
But that has to be wrong because scientists have to prioritize their attention towards...
No. That doesn't have to be wrong. That is just 100% true. What you then say is how science is practiced, i.e. how it is done in a social setting, is influenced by people and by their desires, by their wants. Congratulations. You've entered into socialization. You're tilting at a windmill that nobody is in, and I'm not even sure if the windmill is fucking there anymore.
Something before they can even engage in observation.
Okay.
And that act of prioritization of attention is a value-predicated act. And so
And here's the thing. I'm going to bring this up next. Jordan Peterson, if this sounds really smart to you, it's actually not too bad. It's a good observation. This is an interesting consideration. And if you're thinking, wow, Jordan Peterson really got scientists on the rope with this one. Wow, they never saw this one coming. Many scientists, and especially philosophers, and especially there's a field called philosophy of science. Yeah, there's an entire fucking field dedicated to this goddamn question and this perspective. And it's been around for decades. Karl Popper, it's been even before him. Karl Popper is just one of the bigger figures that kind of gets talked about a lot in the philosophy of science and the concepts of how science is done. And he comes up with as paradigm shifting. I believe that's Popper, is the whole, how does science advance, and it's through paradigms and radical paradigm shifts that occur. It's a whole long, complicated kind of idea. It's not super complicated, but I'm not going to go into it here. Maybe because I don't remember it too well, and I don't want to misquote him too. Anyway, there's a whole goddamn field of this that produces rather interesting work, and that has done quite a lot at creating interesting structures and ideas and frameworks of how we could understand this and different things like this. This is not new. This is one of those things where, like, if you're thinking, wow, this is so wise and great, it's like this, it kind of is, but at the same time, this kind of shit, this kind of phrasing, this kind of ideas was new and exciting and revolutionary like 40 fucking years ago. 40 or 50 years ago. And people have been doing this for 40, 50 years. So when you think, wow, he's really taking it to academia and the scientifics and scientists and even philosophers who are more science-orientated philosophers, they haven't even really thought about this. It's like, no, they have. For decades. This is common core, like, this is like algebra. Everybody learns algebra if you're going into this field. If you're going to any philosophy or any science, even scientific stuff, you almost certainly will go through certain courses, or it simply will come up in abstract or just specifically, deliberately them naming and talking about this, concepts that are absolutely within the field of philosophy of science and the concepts of morality within science, and the distinction between morality, purpose, and moral functions, and scientific pursuit and scientific actions. This comes up all the time. This comes up in early bachelors. Like, it may not come up 100% in your 101, 102 chemistry kind of crap. But by the time you're in your 200, 300 level classes, which is going to be your mid to later, like 400 classes tend to be the latest stuff you end up going into, or 4,000 or whatever it is. It's usually in the hundreds. Your 400 level classes are like late bachelors. Thereabouts. I don't know. The naming scheme and the number scheme changes across the board, but we'll just stick with this one for now. Like, you get this around your 200, 300 level courses. Your mid, your sophomore, your junior, you have already spent classes that may not, these classes may not be 100% dedicated to it, but 5% here, 10% there, 15% there. Some may be more closer to 30, 40% of it is dealing with these kind of concepts, depending on what your field is and your class structure. But guaranteed, no matter what, it is basically impossible to not have at least a basic fundamental understanding and conceptualization, and having to tackle and deal with this concept and deal with this idea in your brain. It is impossible to avoid this if you go for any amount of time in the university or academic field. So when he's talking about this and science and these scientists or whatever, this only works and only sounds profound to the most layman of laymen, to the people who never studied this shit, to the people who went into engineering and tech fields, because honestly, I feel like any kind of philosophy, those actually end up being the ones that are the most deprived of philosophy. I might be being mean here. Any engineering tech students, please let me know if I'm being too mean. But I feel like it's a lot easier to avoid ethics and morality and discussions of philosophy in engineering and electrical engineering courses. You're still going to run across it occasionally here and there, but maybe that's like the only place I could see, or maybe business majors, because God knows business majors, they take tons of ethic courses, but fuck me if business ethics isn't a goddamn joke of a field. Sorry, being mean, but I don't like business majors. Like, I'm trying to imagine what intellectually engaged academic person could possibly ever encounter Jordan Peterson diatribe on this kind of thing and be shocked and amazed by it, by how profound it is. This is basic shit. So it's not necessarily that he's wrong, but this fundamental question right here is like, this is a question that was asked 100 plus, 200 plus years ago, and basically answered 100 plus 200 years ago, and we've just elaborated on the answers and different perspectives, and kind of gone back and re-examined it and answered it again, coming up with slightly more refined things. We've done this forever. This is like trying to shock an evolutionary biologist, somebody who studies like large-scale biological evolution structures and stuff like that, or even like evolutionary chemistry and weird shit like that, whatever, or anthropology even. And then bringing up, hey, I got this idea, and just basically just word for word saying Darwin's theory of evolution. And you're saying that to an evolutionary biologist, and you're expecting them to be, what, surprised? It's kind of like this, dude, that's, well, like, duh. And then beyond that, it's not just duh, it's actually so based, like, it's technically kind of wrong, because we've studied this for so long, and we've made many advancements that were not evident within that original theory. So we're past neo-Darwinism. We're on to, I can't remember what the new paradigm is called in like evolutionary biology. It went from like Darwin to neo-Darwinism to I can't remember what the next one is. It doesn't matter. This is, again, basic. If this is profound to you, that's great. I'm glad you've encountered new information, but you have to understand that for a lot of people, many people, myself included, this is extraordinarily common.
I can continue. There's all sorts of things we have to assume about science before it can take place.
Okay, so what I'm specifically pointing out here is about religion in particular.
We're not making assumptions about science. We're making assumptions about ourselves practicing science. Small quibble.
Particular, since you yourself are a Christian, right?
That's, people debate about that, and I generally don't discuss it publicly.
Okay, I understand that.
Again, I dislike this because later on he'll try to say that I never called myself a Christian, and I don't really define myself as that. But then there's this joke of people debated publicly, blah, blah. It's like, look, a lot of these people here are under the impression that you kind of are a Christian, and then you're kind of quibbling about this. It's like this, look, man, you need to be reading the room and set this out way earlier. The fact that you didn't pick this up tells me you weren't really engaging in this conversation.
And me, myself, I am a former young earth creationist fundamentalist.
Oh, yeah.
So,
wow. That's a combo right there. That's a fun one. Yeah. That, I can see now why you might become an atheist if you actually studied any of the science. Good on you.
So I have experience in this. I used to run a TikTok channel directed about apologetics about the Bible, specifically in this type of facet with morality, evolution and such, and going back and forth with that. So in the Bible, it talks a lot about slavery, right?
Yes.
Yes. So in that, it teaches you how to take care of a slave. Rather than saying slavery is wrong, I think
No,
it
it
should
says
say
that in the story of Moses.
It says slavery is incorrect. It says
Well,
it's immoral.
that's why Moses leads his people.
Not really. That is only convincing to you if you've only seen the Disney version of the Bible. That's only if you get the most inaccurate Disneyfied version of the Bible. It doesn't say that slavery is necessarily wrong. At most, you could say is slavery of a particular people. The chosen people is wrong. But not that slavery itself is wrong. And more importantly, you have one story where slavery is bad because the masters are bad and because they're enslaving the wrong people. But then you have quite a few, like over a dozen examples of slavery being shown in a agnostic or even positive manner, or a necessary function of law and regulation and perfectly fine. So, the Bible does not say that morality is, or I'm sorry, that slavery is bad. It is in the best, fairest, nicest way possible towards the Bible and towards religion. It is conflicted on slavery. We'll say that.
Away from slavery.
But why does the Bible predicate and tell people exactly how to take care of a slave? Isn't that immoral? Wouldn't you say that culturally we've evolved as a species, as he said earlier about empathy?
Yeah, I would say that the reason we evolved, so to speak, away from slavery was because the West was founded on Judeo-Christian morality and the presumption.
But Judeo-Christian morality, we evolved from that. No. Our evolution may have been guided based upon that to a certain degree, but that doesn't necessarily mean that our evolutions, the new things we brought in, are Judeo-Christian necessarily. They could be. The big thing also is that many of the times our evolutions were in direct contradiction to major features and functions of Judeo-Christianity. This would be like saying, well, we were bears and we ate nothing but meat. Particular carnivorous bear that only ate meat. And then we evolved, and he says, well, we evolved certain characteristics. We now eat
primarily mushrooms, berries, and leaves, and only infrequently eat meat. So we're an omnivore. And then he's going to say, well, that's because we evolved from our carnivorous, that's based on our carnivorous past. That was, our evolutions were informed by this. It was like, well, yes, but in a negative, we evolved in contradiction to our nature. Our nature was carnivorous, and the environment and the way we started socializing became to this is where the analogy breaks down a little bit, but our evolution based on our environment, the less animals, it was more conducive to eat berries and mushrooms and plant matter than it was to eat meat. So again, in many ways, you might want to be saying, well, we evolved these based on Judeo-Christian. One, I would very much doubt that, and I would very much argue against that these are Judeo-Christian values that evolved from or around. I would argue that a bit. But even so, more often than not, a lot of them, again, treating the slaves and owning slaves was a Judeo-Christian value. So how can you say our anti-slavery sentiment evolved from that? Okay, so the only way you would have to do that is you would have to admit that Judeo-Christian values that you are hearkening to, that the construction of this, at least pre our evolution, was extremely contradictory. Was extraordinarily contradictory to such an extent that we refined and lost major contradictions from this tradition because of how how I'm trying to think of a good word for this, unprofitable they were for evolution there, but in an evolutionary standpoint, how they were not positive and not conducive to an evolutionary, evolving to a higher state of being. So, sorry, I have to get a drink of water. I've got really dry talking here. Where was I? Right. The Judeo-Christian tradition. Again, this then goes back to, again, he wants to talk about religion, but then he's not saying, oh, I'm not Christian, and it's not necessarily about that. It's about the abandonment of God, blah, 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 blah. But then every time you question him, when he's not thinking about it, he slips into Judeo-Christian kind of ideological position. It's like this, okay, so you are a Judeo-Christian kind of theologian. That's your theological position. You can't run away from that. But besides that, again, this is another frustrating kind of moment where Jordan Peterson is again, the question. I hate the question, but we're basically abandoning the question and we're now just talking in more general sense here. But let's go for it again.
Speak away from slavery was because the West was founded on Judeo-Christian morality.
Slavery is acceptable under Judeo-Christian morality according to the Bible. We had to edit that out. We evolved editing that out. So then the question is that what use is this? And I have to really seriously consider this, is that what use is the Bible if we had to edit out major sections of this and basically ignore major moral and social and cultural rules, regulations, and understandings to reach a better society? The question then becomes, should we get rid of all of it? Should we just simply abandon the Bible entirely and realize that the concepts that are good in the Bible are themselves not a priori coming from the Bible or by necessity a function of the Bible, but instead are something even more fundamental that the Bible noticed and then wrote down? It observed objective morality truth and tried to write it down and included a bunch of bullshit in there. So why can't we just simply abandon the entire Judeo-Christian framework as it is defined as Judeo-Christian, and simply look at that framework and go, okay, what is this actually? Because it's not Judeo-Christian. Because we know the historical example and the understanding of that. It's not that. It's something else fundamental. We didn't change what again, we've done this with science and evolving our understanding all the time. Every time we encounter new information, we sometimes we'll either continue and build upon a past, or sometimes we'll just go, yeah, that was just a wrong theory. If some of its observations were true, but a lot of them were incorrect, and for the most part, we have a better explanatory theory that has all of the benefits of the old one and a lot of new ones.
And the presumption that every person was made in the image of God. And so slavery itself became immoral, and that was established by Protestant Christians in the UK, who then convinced the UK.
Yes. But here's the thing, I would say. Now it's established by Protestant, blah, blah, blah. That's great. The thing is that the whole created image of God, these concepts are core in the Bible. It's not like these were just added ad hoc around 1600, 1500 in the, 1600, 1700 in the United Kingdom and around there in Europe. These weren't just found manuscripts that were just found and added to this. This has been there for a very, very, very long time. So, and more importantly, many, many learned individuals, not necessarily the public, because oftentimes reading of the Bible was restricted and literacy rates were not great. This was true in, I believe, probably the 12th century, the 10th century. Basically, as long as the Bible has been existed, or certainly King James's existence, certainly before then, has had this. And all before there, for many, many years. The question is if I had this Bible, and for centuries and centuries it produced X result, and then I see people who are following this Bible are producing Y result, my instinct would not necessarily say, oh, well, the Bible must have produced this, because I have centuries of it producing not anti-slavery material and anti-slavery narratives. And then I have a tradition develops of it, anti-slavery narrative develops. My instinct would not necessarily say that the Bible did this. My instinct would say like this, okay, if I do investigate, maybe the Bible inspired this. And I do see some small, not a lot, but I see some small development or things that could have developed, recessive genes that would produce this results in the Bible. But my bigger thing might be going, well, see, these recessive genes have always been there. So what made the recessive gene come out? It can't be the gene itself. If we understand evolutionary theory, it has to be, at least to some degree, an external pressure, environmental pressure. So it has to be external to the Bible, and in many ways to the ideological structure around the Bible. Judeo-Christian dogma. So if you look at this, what you might notice is that all these anti-slavery sentiments started developing around the same time as, the Renaissance, and also the concepts of the Age of Enlightenment and humanism and more liberal concepts of morality. All of those things developed. So I would go, well, it seems more likely that some of these things are developed, and maybe it's environmental, something like that. It looks like a move away from the ideological dogmatic math, the formula, the theory, the framework of Judeo-Christians, that kind of thing. It seems like people were substituting in a new framework that is similar to Judeo-Christian. It uses some of the same wood planks, some of the same nails and whatnot and structures, but also considerably different. There's new things in here, or old, or different, or things that were old that are being revitalized and put in different contexts. There's a lot more here. I can't really say. Again, this would imply that every single car is essentially the Model T. Well, it has a combustion engine. It's like, well, I mean, I suppose you could make some kind of argument like that, but I don't think that's not particularly useful for us to understanding the modern car and its overall function. And even then, I think the changes have been considerable. And then, like, it also doesn't work for like electric cars. That's like saying every single electric car is the Model T. It's like, well, not like kind of, but I feel like it's actually, other than just being a car, which isn't a particularly useful thing. So basically, all cars are the same car. It's not very useful, definitionally. Wait, this seems like the electric car might be quite a bit different than the Model T, and that's giving a lot more weight to this than I should. Again, most of these ideological differences that you're going to say is, oh, they came from Judeo-Christian kind of values. They came from values that Judeo-Christianity saw, but you also see some of these same values in Taoism, Shintoism, Buddhism, many other Islam, many and even older religions. You can see some of these same values and ideas and concepts in them. So how can we not say that? And the only reason we know the Judeo-Christian one is so much is because it became so dominant and the text became so analyzed that we've just, yes, congratulations, we know that story very much. But that doesn't mean that every single thing comes from there. We have lots other stories. It feels like somebody who's read the same book, Moby Dick, so many times that now they can't think of anything outside of, well, that must be inspired by Moby Dick influenced that, and Moby Dick did this, and Moby Dick clearly influenced John Wick. I mean, you can clearly see this, like the revenge and the destructive nature of it, and all those kind of things is clearly influenced by Moby Dick. It's like this. Well, I mean, we've had dozens of stories pre-Moby Dick and post-Moby Dick, and many of them are also being done with absolutely no knowledge of Moby Dick. The authors who wrote these revenge stories never read Moby Dick. Like, how can we say, and it seems extremely reductive to say, that this produced that?
UK government for 200 years to go to war on slavery.
And wouldn't you say that this is about the cultural evolution of humans in general rather than just Christianity?
No, I think it's the flowering of the ideas that were embedded in the biblical texts across long spans of time.
I feel like this is just humans editing based on the cultural evolution of morality.
What do you mean by just?
Just?
Yeah, just humans.
Well, humans.
Editing.
Well, based on culture and history, right? We get better.
Well, they did do it based on culture and history, but culture and history have their foundations too. So.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about slavery. So many people bolstered it based on the Bible. Based on the Bible. They looked at it and they justified it in the United States.
No, that is not less true. Again, that's more often than not, they ignored the Bible when doing slavery to some degree, but especially if you're going older than, transatlantic slave kind of narratives and understanding, if you're looking at kind of the more medieval and ancient world slavery, absolutely use the Bible and Judeo-Christian dogma to justify slavery and lesser people and higher people. In fact, the very idea of the chosen people of Judea oftentimes was used even mostly by non-Jewish ethnic descendants as a metaphorical moral story for chosen people. Again, this is where you get this idea of the sovereign king. A sovereign realm is that it is chosen by God and is an extension of God. and in many ways sometimes is God-like. That's all based, all of that culture and all of that is based within their understanding and their interpretation of the Judeo-Christian Bible based on evidence that is in there that could be interpreted as such. You just don't agree with the interpretation, but that is absolutely true, that historically we have used Judeo-Christian dogma to justify slavery.
The Deep South, they justified slavery.
Yeah, but
based on
the main thrust of Protestant thought in particular was stringently against.
Yeah, Protestant thought, but there's shitload of other thought, and it's all that thought is based within the Judeo-Christian. You can't just pick and choose the parts that you like when you're trying to defend the Judeo-Christian tradition. The tradition is all of it. You have to take the good with the bad.
Slavery, and it was about the only movement in the history of the human race that had an anti-slavery direction.
Which was
So you really seem to like the Protestants, but wouldn't this be counter to your actual argument? Because if you're saying, oh, the Protestants developed one of the few anti-slavery narratives, so what about all the other Judeo-Christian traditions? All the other Judeo-Christian emergent phenomena, cultural moments, the Calvinists and the Baptists, but fucking every single goddamn other one, the Catholics. What about them? Why, if this is so self-evident in an evolutionary thing, the question is that why did it take so long, or why didn't it develop? If this is the logical conclusion of this, more importantly, the fact that all of these other ones didn't do this, oftentimes at the same time in which the Protestants are being anti-slavery, there's so many other Christian. They are the exception to the rule, it would sound like. At least according to you. You seem to be wanting to make them sound very exceptional. They're the exception to the rule.
driven by humans and their understanding
that's one
of
way
morality.
Of looking at it. Well, it depends.
It's the same with women's suffrage. I mean, women's in the patriarchy.
What do you mean it was driven by humans? Humans drove slavery too.
Yes, exactly.
So there's no argument there. If slavery and anti-slavery were both driven by humans, what does your...
They were also both driven by, again, you can't, it's amazing how he would often, because he's so reactive and he's not really thinking carefully and trying to construct a solid argument. He's just kind of being reactive and reductionary, reducing other people's arguments and just kind of attacking them unnecessarily. I don't think he realizes that right there, the framework of that idea is actually very much can be used and properly used in many ways that the guy already has used it against his argument. So why are you trying to now support this argument when it was deployed against you? You tried to deny it. It doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Claim that they were driven by humans have to do with it.
Evolving morality based on the culture that within the society that they live in.
Okay, fine.
So with
I
women's
think that
suffrage
did
as well
happen.
is a very similar topic in the Bible. There are denominations in Christianity such as Pentecostal movement which do bolster women to be pastors, right? Which I think that's a great thing to do, but most like to disregard
Where do you
women.
think the idea that human beings were sufficiently equal to all vote and not be slaves came from?
Logic, humanism, the concept of liberalism, the concept of liberty, and more importantly, this is an old idea, and many people have observed this, and then even the ideologies that would make an argument for a special class of people being necessary. Like you can even see aspects of this in even Plato, who was not particularly liberal, to say the fucking least. You can even see concepts of like this, the understanding or the acknowledgement that there is some degree of universal people are people. Even if you want to make an argument that there needs to be a special class of people to control others, again, the idea is that you create and form and create a society or create a institution that makes normal people special people, so that they can be special and rule the normal people. But this very fundamental idea, at the very least, even when they're making arguments in the case of the special class of the hierarchy of people, they still, this idea has been touched upon for fucking millennia, even pre-Christianity, pre-Judaism, almost certainly, or I would make a guess that probably pre-Judaism. Like, this is a fundamental acknowledgement that people are people. And if people are people, that means that there needs to be some special sauce to justify social hierarchy or something like that. Sometimes it's chose by God, whatever, blah, blah, blah positions. But a big thing is that at the very least, this concept of people being people, which is the fundamental aspect of that kind of equality and the idea that you're talking about here, that you want to try to say, no, this comes from Judeo-Christian. Yes, they had that. So as dozens of other equally old or even older religious and non-religious and philosophical kind of concepts have had this for as long. It is not unique. So this idea, this acknowledgement, this reality that people are equal to each other, or there is some degree of equality of them, then the question always has to come up, and they always try to answer it, and tyrants will answer it in one way, trying to say we're special because of X, Y, Z. But the very nature of the fact that they are having to say that they're special and having to justify it would indicate that they are aware that people are equal, that there is some degree of equality, and thus I need to differentiate myself. It's not self-evident. The tiger doesn't have to differentiate itself from the deer that it eats. It is self-evident based upon just their fundamental biological nature. Everything else, we need a story to do so, because for the most part, we're all equal. This idea. The thing would be is like, okay, if this idea has been around forever and we've been tackling with it and we've created many stories to justify a hierarchy, an enslavement of one and a master class of another, including the stories that we would see in the Bible, then the question would be that this idea has been around forever and we've been slowly trying to deal with it. We've built tons of stories to justify ignoring the reality or the consequences of the idea of equality. Then why, around the 1600s, 1700s, why do we see this idea develop and become the anti-slavery, the suffragist movement, the women's rights movement? Why do we see that only then? It's not in religion. Not really. Not exclusively. It is in religion, but it's always been there. So why didn't it do it earlier? Why didn't we see the suffragist movement in the 12th century, in the 13th century, the 14th century, the 15th century, the 16th century? Why didn't we see it then? Why can't just say everything good came from Jesus and the Judeo-Christian, specifically the kind of more American centric kind of area here?
I think that's a great thing to do, but most like to disregard
Where do you
women.
think the idea that human beings were sufficiently equal to all vote and not be slaves came from?
Humans.
Yeah, but so did the idea of slavery.
So did the idea of God.
Fine, but what's your
Yes.
point? Like, you're not making an argument. You're just saying all thought.
Well, honestly, he's making an argument in the same way you're making an argument. You're just not wanting to deal with it, to deal with the consequences of the statements. We produced God, we produced slavery, we produced anti-slavery. You're the one who's trying to make this statement, that belief that God, that the Judeo-Christian tradition, which produced the God, produced narratives of slavery, is somehow good because it produced anti-slavery. But the common thing there, the common theme, is not Judeo-Christian. and the hold on one second. Being distracted by my phone. All right, sorry. The Protestant tradition. That's not the common theme. Not really. The common theme between this idea is human. So that means, okay, well, we need to start thinking about something else here, because clearly it's so broad, it's not working out.
Come from humans,
Yes.
regardless of the thoughts.
It's not driven by a higher power. It's driven on our experiences
Define
as
higher.
humans, which is what is best for all people.
Is it driven by conscience?
It could be, which conscious is also something that has evolved over time. And I think that's
What's
something
the
that does evolve in morality and empathy.
Okay, I don't understand the point that you're making.
My point is that God influenced slavery. People looked at the Bible and went, this is moral because God says so, just like women's suffrage.
There's lots
and
of
just like homosexuality.
All human societies were slave owning.
Again, this doesn't help the argument. It just doesn't.
So you can't blame that on the Bible.
We can blame the Bible for justifying it. Slavery came about. I absolutely fucking can blame the Bible for justifying it, because it didn't need to do that. Why didn't God, when he's telling the disciples, or why didn't the disciples, when they're telling these narrative stories and writing out their phenomenological experiences and just writing them down in the general idea of belief structure, and it's not tied to any kind of Judeo-God, it's just them writing out belief structure, whatever weird semantic vague bullshit he will try to run to. If they're doing that, why didn't they say slavery is bad and women are equal to men and we shouldn't burn and stone to death homosexuals and all manner of shit? All the things we came to, why didn't they? Well, the society was different, blah, blah, blah. Then that is what's producing. Then you can't find... Can't you see how poisoned it is? By even your own kind of thing. Like you're for some reason, you seem dead set on trying to keep this alive, despite the fact that there is just no reason to.
If humanity decided...
Oh, wait, address that first.
What, about
all
slavery?
human societies were slavers. So you can't blame that on the Bible.
Well, you can say it bolstered it.
Well, not if you look at the broad sweep of history, because it was the Protestant Christians
Based
in
on
the
their
UK.
interpretation of the Bible.
It was the Protestant Christians.
Which evolves over time.
Let's pause there.
It was the Protestant Christians, kind of, but also not. There was also a lot of other atheistic things, and again, he's ignoring... The majority would have been more Protestant Christians, but he's also ignoring a shitload. There's also a lot of Catholics. There's a good number of Catholic, in America at least, and across the world, Catholic anti-slavery and abolitionists kind of sentiment. Not huge, but pretty large, pretty goddamn large. So why do you keep going Judeo-Christian and looking at Protestants, or specifically Protestant movement? In America, maybe it was slightly more populated by Protestants, but that's because America is more populated by Protestants. Because they were heavily discriminatory towards Catholics. Again, this is something to where you have a conclusion, and then from that conclusion, you are creating a narrative that justifies it, and it is whimsical and silly. It is not guided by the logic and cause and effect of the narrative. Instead, you are constantly trying to reframe it. So, we're going to go ahead and stop here. We'll pick this up next time. We've been streaming for a good little clip of time. Not as long as I necessarily wanted, but we started a little late. But we will pick this up next time, and we'll try to go through it a bit more. We only got about, 20, 30 minutes, about 26 minutes in, 27 minutes in. But that's how long it takes to kind of, again, I was rambling there quite a bit. My apologies, but that's how long it kind of takes to actually decipher, to explain out in detail, and I want to make sure people are very clear on this, he doesn't actually say a lot. When you really start breaking down what he's doing and looking at it step from step, you realize that first guy, that one guy who accused him of retreating into semantic vagueness and bullshit, this guy.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into this semantic fog.
There you go. Semantic fog. Great. The retreat into the semantic fog. Write that down. That's a great little line from this guy. Yeah. The abstract semantic fog meant to obscure and blind you and completely disorientate you. But if you actually hold steady and you aren't wowed and you aren't mystified and you aren't surprised by his, let me bring to you my philosophy of science 101 kind of observations, then you'll realize, oh wow, there's actually not a lot behind what he's saying here. He's just he's got an opinion. He's relatively intelligent, but he doesn't actually want to investigate or learn anything new. He just has his own knowledge and his own prescriptions, and he's just bullshitting. Look at that. So we will pick this up next time. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Until next time, and as always, I hope you have a good one.